things to talk about or things to go through. Let's just quickly run through a preview, and then we can go through that, break that down as to what to expect on the show tonight, and then take it from there. I do just want to say as well a big thank you to everyone that's joined us for that UFC stream. That was huge on Saturday. And obviously we do UFC every Saturday, but that was an especially big one. It was their monthly show, and really appreciate everyone that stopped by, shared their thoughts, and hopefully if you did, you enjoyed the show. Thought it was very good. I thought it was quite engaging, actually. It was quite close, a lot of the fights. So certainly had fun on Saturday. Are we going to have fun tonight? That's the question. We've got Cody versus Miz. First time that we're seeing Cody in action on Raw in over 6 years. So we've got that. We've got Rey Mysterio taking on Veer. So Rey Mysterio against Veer. We've got that match coming up. We've got Usos and RK-Bro. You might remember on SmackDown that Roman at the end of the show said that he wanted the Usos to have 2 championships. He's got 2 championships. He wants them to have 2 championships. And so he sent them over to Raw to take on RK-Bro. Now, I don't think that match is happening tonight. I'm not aware that it's happening tonight. I am expecting them to confront them, and there's every chance that we get that match at maybe WrestleMania Backlash, which I think would make a lot of sense. So, Usos, RK-Bro, expecting a segment, not expecting a match. It's WWE, though, so anything can happen. So, we're going to see what happens there. Damien Priest is apparently taking on AJ Styles. So, we've got that match coming up. Which I don't know much about, but AJ Styles against Damien Priest. We've also got Sasha and Naomi taking on Liv and Rhea for the women's tag titles. You might remember that Liv beat Sasha on SmackDown for momentum, and so we've got that match tonight. So looking forward to that. I must tell you, I think they've already foreshadowed what is going to happen here. You might remember last week that Rhea Ripley was a bit off with Liv and kind of stormed away. And when Liv found her, Rhea said, look, I'm sorry about what happened earlier, but I've managed to get us a tag title opportunity and a tag title match. And Liv was over the moon with that. I think that is foreshadowing what is going to happen, which is I think the two are going to fall out. I think that they're going to lose. I think it'll be Liv's fault. I think Rhea's going to snap. And I think we're going to build towards a Rhea Ripley-Liv Morgan feud. So I don't think they're getting the belts tonight. I think they're going to keep them on Sasha and Naomi, who have only just won them anyway. And I think they're going to look to split apart Rhea and Liv, who have not been together very long, and they could go off into a little feud. So that's the way I'm thinking that's going. And then we've got the VIP lounge. MVP and Amos are going to be on the VIP lounge, and obviously they're going to be, MVP is going to be talking about how he turned on Bobby Lashley last week, and obviously that's going to be quite interesting. I'm sure we're going to be seeing more of Ezekiel as well, Elias's little brother. I'm sure we're going to be getting some more Ezekiel. And apparently Tommaso Ciampa is a full-time member of Raw now. So there we go. That's everything to keep an eye on. There'll be some other stuff as well. But by and large, that looks to be the bulk of what we're getting for tonight on Raw. Now, I know last week was a little disappointing for people because I think people had big ideas as to what to expect for the Raw after WrestleMania. It's maybe didn't live up to those expectations. But I still felt that last week's show was a decent show, was a good show. I still felt like there was things that happened. Tonight, I don't know, to be honest. Tonight, we're just going to be getting some progression on storylines, and it's going to be interesting to see kind of how it plays out and see, where we are by the end of this show. I'm hoping that we get some twists and turns, surprises, and, some nice moments. But equally, this could be a little bit of a come down. I think we had a lot of excitement around WrestleMania. We had some big moments on last week's show. MVP turning on Bobby, Ezekiel arriving. There was a few little bits and bobs. The Cody promo, which I thought was excellent. There was a few things last week. This week, it's going to be hard for it to match that level. I think this week we're just going to be getting a few matches and hopefully some good segments as well. But hard to know what to expect this week. Hard to know how great this show's going to be. Don't know. I'm going into it with a bit of not sure what to expect. But we'll see. We'll find out together, won't we? We'll find out together. I'm looking forward to Ezekiel, said Trini. Hello, Days. Hope you and your family are well. I wanted to ask if you've seen the Gold Championship. WWE Spiteful, shout out to you. I don't know what that means. Big gold. If we're talking the big gold belt from the 90s and the 80s, then absolutely, and the 2000s, of course. But I don't know of anything else. Can you see Stone Cold Steve Austin versus Veer at Backlash? No. End of Days said, I'm worried that Raw was bad last week, and the fact that WWE UK tickets are not selling is not good for WWE. Well, I would disagree that last week was bad, just because I think that I think it still gave us moments. I mean, that Cody promo was excellent. I think MVP aligning himself with Amos is a really good move because Amos really needs it and Bobby Lashley doesn't. I think that MVP is a very good talker and he could really help Amos, and that's going to make Amos... I'm quite interested to see what's next for Amos. I'm guessing it's going to be a feud with Bobby Lashley, but this is probably the most interesting Amos has been. Ezekiel, it depends how they use him, but he kind of came across as all right. It wasn't too bad. Ezekiel coming down, completely different look to Elias. It was, if nothing else, a talking point. Obviously, we got a NXT championship title change last week as well. I kind of feel like we got a few bits. The concern would be, can you do that tonight? Last week I would say didn't blow it out the water compared to what people were expecting, but I still felt that it delivered a pretty decent show. I would be one of the first to jump on it if I genuinely thought that it was a load of rubbish. But I thought it did all right. I watched all 3 hours and I was entertained. And you can't really ask for much more than that. But tonight, can it do the same again? Can it keep that momentum going? To use that momentum word again, that's going to be tricky, I think, actually. But Cody in action against The Miz. I would have liked some reason as to why we're getting that match. I think it would have been good if maybe it had been Cody against a mystery person and then The Miz came out. So that could have been pretty fun. And then at least that way we could have sat here theorizing who the mystery person might have been. So, maybe they could have done it that way, but they haven't. They've gone with The Miz, and that'll be a perfectly fine match. It'll be fine. And, we'll see. We'll see what they can come up with. I know a lot of people will be excited for that women's tag match as well. As we said, Raymond, I thought Veer looked pretty good as well. Veer finally arrived last week. I thought he looked pretty good. Beat up Dominic, which it's going to get you over. So he takes on Rey Mysterio. I don't know how great that match will be. But, we'll see. Ethan said, do you think we see a return tonight? I don't think so. Just because I think if you was going to return someone, I think you would have done it last week. I know, the argument would be, you don't put everything onto one show. But when it's the Raw after WrestleMania, you do. It really is that big of a deal. It really is the show to do that. So if you had someone that was ready to return, you would put them on there. I certainly wouldn't expect Alexa because I've got to think she's on her honeymoon now. So I wouldn't be expecting Alexa Bliss this week. Bailey, I've heard, is back within a month. So apparently she's, ready to return, but not ready just yet. Asuka, no news. Although I did see on her social media account there's some pictures of her. She's looking good, happy, and she was talking about some new game that had come out, and she was quite excited about that. So, yeah, I think she can't be too far away, but I think we got Veer last week. We got Elias or Ezekiel. And I think, Tommaso Ciampa apparently is now called up onto Raw. That's official. So Tommaso's on Raw now. So, yeah, look, there's things that, there's definitely things that happened. I don't know that I could say I'm expecting anything like that for this week. I think if you had it lined up, you would have done it last week. So, we'll see. Never say never, of course. Never say never. Dante Edwards, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Root Beer Float said, does anyone think that Cody will go back to AEW after his contract is up? He could go to AEW before he retires to become the AEW World Title. The story writes itself. I actually don't know how long his WWE contract runs for. He absolutely could go to AEW. Cody has said for the longest time that he wants to be done by the time he's 40, I think it is. And I think they asked him in the media after he debuted at WrestleMania. They said, is it still 40? And he kind of said, well, that's moving all the time. As he's getting closer to it, it's obviously changing a little bit. But by and large, he doesn't want to be doing this until he's in his 50s. Or deep into his 40s. So there's every chance that this contract that he's just signed is the contract that will give him the money he needs and wants to, see him all right for the rest of his life and his kids. And then, yeah, sure. I mean, he could absolutely always go back to AEW. They would always welcome him because all he's doing is making himself an even bigger star right now. And I think that if he was to go back to the company that he helped set up, it would be, a nice little return and makes sense. I mean, yeah, I could absolutely see him going back there. I don't think that door is closed at all. And if anything, it's just really great for AEW because their roster is so stacked that rather than having like a load of talent that's just signed, sat in catering, what you could do is just have Cody like ship out for a few years, go to WWE, become an even bigger star than he's ever been, right? Because he's going to be exposed now to more people than he's ever been exposed to. Certainly when he was there last time, he was Stardust. So now he's gone back as Cody Rhodes. So, build up his name, make him a massive star, and then, yeah, go back to AEW. So not the most out there thing I've ever heard. I could definitely see that happening. London Askew, Nikki Bella fan, hello. Shout out to you, dude. Says, hi, Days, how are you? I'm doing all right. I am probably about 90% I obviously was not very well last week, and so I was away Tuesday, Wednesday. Well, I wasn't away, I was in bed. I was away in bed, that's where I was. And then Thursday I was doing research, and then we came back on Friday. So, yeah, we managed to get through the weekend, which was really good. That UFC stream was the stream I was so desperate to be back for, and we managed to do it. And as I said, big thank you to everyone that joined us, because those streams make the biggest difference to the channel. And so yeah, here we are. We're back in the swing of things, but still got it a little bit in my nose. I can definitely still feel it, and I've still felt quite run down. So still not back to 100%, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Jim, hello, said, I still don't buy Roman wanting to elevate Jey Uso when he never encouraged him to go after the Intercontinental Championship. Well, I think it's a bit of a weird one for him to return to now, but it's not the most out there story in the world. I mean, he right now has got both titles. The mid-card belts are dead. I mean, like, it really says a lot. If Roman wants to be dominant, he's got both the big belts. Those mid-card belts are not on his radar at all. So, yeah, he's not bothered by those in the slightest. instead, he's told the Usos to go after the other tag belts. So he wants to tie down the tag division. He wants to tie down the top end of the card, which, in all fairness, I can understand the argument for it. You know, he is obviously the head of the table. He's not worried about mid-card belts. And, his cousins are, one of the greatest tag teams of all time. He wants them to be as dominant. So, yeah, I'm on board with it. I just, and it seems like we're getting Nakamura as well against Roman, which I think will be a lot of fun. Nakamura and Roman could be a really good match. I'm hoping that this means that they allow Nakamura to really show what he can do. Because Nakamura is a great wrestler. For those that don't know, he was in New Japan for a long time. He was an IWGP champion. Had a main event with Brock Lesnar over in New Japan. And, took on all the greats. He was one of their biggest stars. He was top of the cards, massive, massive star. And so when they signed AJ, they managed to get Shinsuke as well. It was around the same time. AJ went to the main roster. Shinsuke went to NXT. And Shinsuke, obviously lesser known to audiences over here, had to go through the NXT route to establish himself and learn the American style. And AJ Styles, because he had done Impact and was better known, he went straight to the main roster. And so, yeah, they kind of picked both of them up at the same time. But I feel so sorry for Shinsuke because he's never allowed to really show how great of a wrestler he is. He's always in a tag match, or he's always involved in a feud for a mid-card belt that just never gets shown. He just doesn't have matches, or if he does get a match, it'll be on SmackDown and get interrupted by a million adverts. So to see him in the main event of a pay-per-view going one-on-one against Roman Reigns, that's going to be such a great opportunity for him to show, I can actually wrestle, I can go. I am one of the best workers in this company. And I think a lot of people will have forgot that. A lot of people will have forgot just how good Shinsuke is. And to be perfectly truthful, it's 2022. How good is Shinsuke after being in WWE for, 5-6 years? Is he rusty? I genuinely don't know. So what I do know is that when he was allowed to show it down in NXT, he was fantastic, but it's just been far too infrequent on the main roster. So very excited for that feud, but or at least a one-off match. Really could surprise a lot of people. I would obviously expect Roman to retain. But funny enough, Shinsuke would be someone I'd be fine with beating Roman. I'd be all right with it. It'd be such a shock. And it would be, when it comes to who is the right person to beat Roman, for me, it should be someone that's credible. It should be someone that would massively benefit from beating Roman. It should be someone that's sticking around. And for me, Shinsuke would tick those boxes. To my knowledge, he's sticking around. He's massively credible in my eyes. And would he benefit from it? Absolutely. This is why I didn't want Brock. I didn't want Brock because is he sticking around? Well, probably not after WrestleMania because he's just worked a hell of a schedule. So didn't think he'd maintain that going after Mania. So that was a doubt. Would he benefit from it? Probably not. I think he's as big as he's ever going to be. So Brock didn't tick that box either. Is he credible? Absolutely. He ticked that one all day long. He probably puts one of the biggest ticks in that box. So that's why for me Brock wasn't right. But Shinsuke is an interesting option. Shinsuke maybe just doesn't feel right at the moment because he's just dead, isn't he? He's got no momentum. What's Shinsuke been doing? He's held a mid-card belt for a long time, but never defended it. So, I would say that Shinsuke is a very interesting one. I'm really into that feud, I'm into it. I want to see it. Matthew, shout out to you, said, Days, Usos or RK-Bro tonight? Well, I don't know that they're facing each other, to be honest. I can't say that I've seen it confirmed that they're facing each other. So, I might not have to choose. We've got AJ against Damien Priest, and I'm thinking that they're going to be a little face-to-face moment. But but I don't know that we're getting the match. The match could be at WrestleMania Backlash. Usos have been sent over to Raw. But, I don't know that we see that match tonight, to be honest. If we do see it tonight, then I will go... I'll go RK-Bro. I'll go RK-Bro. Maybe Shinsuke gets involved and, gets a bit of revenge for what happened to him the other day. But I don't know that we see that match tonight. Do you think Seth is a babyface now? Not getting... Well, there's nothing that says to me that he is. I mean, he came down and showed some respect to Cody. But, just shook his hands and then left and walked away. But... I think that in many ways was just good fight. Just putting a full stop on what happened at WrestleMania. I suppose in a way just to let you know that it's not a feud. We're not getting Cody Seth at WrestleMania Backlash unless he's now going to sneak attack him. But that's what it said to me. It didn't say more so that he's a face. It just said that respect. I, respect the result and shake his hand and that's it. But he can still go off cackling away and doing whatever now. So I would say probably until I see more, for me, is still a heel at the moment. I know you didn't watch Rampage, but did you by any chance catch the Yuta Moxley match? No, I didn't. Huang said, I couldn't watch WrestleMania and Royal Rumble and other pay-per-view shows that was on the network. Did you know Undertaker is starting a podcast? I did hear that. Yeah, I did hear that. Apparently they've convinced him on Peacock to do a podcast. To be honest, I'm not crazy about that. I don't see a need for it. I kind of feel like we've got a lot of people doing that. I think that you could have done something a bit more original with The Undertaker. I don't know what that could have been, but it could have been maybe exploring mysteries, wrestling mysteries with The Undertaker. I think a show along those lines could have been very, very interesting, where, the dead man, one of the biggest mysteries in wrestling, everyone wanted to know about him, and he was always an enigma. He was always quiet. I mean, I was watching that panel that he did at WrestleMania. I haven't got all the way through it. I'm only about 20 minutes in. And he said there was people that would come up to him and ask him if he was really dead. Back in the day, before the internet, people would come up to him and ask if he was really dead. So it's I kind of think you could have done something more original than him doing a podcast. I mean, unless he's going to break down his career and do it in a kind of Conrad Thompson way, where they go back and talk about an old show and, he's going to reveal all that. But I think that would upset people. I think people like the door being open now and finding out a bit about him. But I don't think he should reveal everything. And I don't think he should go through everything. And if it's going to be a podcast like Stone Cold's podcast where he's got guests, which is what I'm presuming it is, I don't know that there's a need for it. I suppose it really depends what the content of the podcast is. I suppose I can't really comment till I know, but I just presumed that it was going to be like Stone Cold's podcast where you get guests on and interview them. I don't see a need for that, to be honest. And if it's going to be the other way, which is where you talk about old shows, like each episode is, let's talk about Royal Rumble 93, let's talk about Survivor Series 94, blah, 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 blah. I think that's revealing too much. So I would like it to be something different. I feel like there's so much that we can do and so much that we can explore that in wrestling or around wrestling, that we could do something, quite interesting with The Undertaker, but we'll have to see what it is. Undertaker did trademark the name Dead Man Talking a year or so back, said Danny Paul. Oh, wow. There we go. Looks like it's going to be that then. Cultaholic have reported that Seth versus Cody will be a rivalry and they'll have a match at the next pay-per-view. Okay. Well, I mean, all I can say is at the moment he shook his hand and it seemed to be I mean, of course, it can always be a swerve. But it seemed to be an acceptance of what happened. But could it be a case that Seth comes out, interferes tonight, and it's not done, and we get the rematch? Sure. Wrestling with Andy, hello. Shout out to you. Said, Days, I know it's been a full year since we last saw him. When do you think we see Bray again? I mean, like, I don't think you see him in WWE. I think if he goes anywhere, it'll be AEW. And it'll be... do you know what? I don't even know if it'll be this year now. I think that he is clearly enjoying his time. He's clearly enjoyed doing the film projects. And he came out with a quote. I don't know where the quote came from, but he came out with a quote that said... that he was enjoying. We spoke about it around WrestleMania. It might have got lost in one of the streams, but he said that he was enjoying working on something that was kind of long-term storytelling. It was a different form of storytelling, rather than like the hit, like instant. Wrestling is instant. Like, you need it here and now. You can't really. Rarely can you work on something that's, you know, long term and it's got a vision, all that kind of stuff. He was able to do that with the start of the Firefly Funhouse, but I think the Fiend character got to the point where they needed stuff weekly, and you might remember those Firefly Funhouses just became promos. I mean, when there was a set, wasn't there, that would like travel around with the show. If you remember, there was like the big Funhouse that I think was at Tom Savini's workshop, and that's where they did, like, they pre-recorded the first 7-8 episodes in that one, and those were great. I mean, that for me is probably the pinnacle of that character. Those kind of introductory Firefly Funhouse episodes. But then once he was up and running and he was wrestling, there was a smaller one that you would see Funhouse Bray go in and use, but that was really more for just promos, and that's because, like, week in, week out, like, you need something on the shows, and you might remember, like, most weeks they were like, oh, we've got a new Firefly Funhouse this week. It was just a promo. It's just a promo. I mean, this isn't Bray's fault, but it was, you could tell that, like, the long-term vision of it had kind of expired, and now we were into the kind of weekly grind, which gets everyone eventually. And so I think that he's really enjoying doing films, which allows you to sit down, really think things through. You can make amendments to the script. You know, you could perform it a certain way. You can then watch it back and with the director and change what you're doing. Like, that reflection, that editing, all of that side of it. You don't have that luxury when it comes to, like, weekly, you know, television shows. It's got to be done. I mean, it's so quick-paced. Like, we need it now. It's on to the next thing with wrestling. I think he's really enjoying, like, expressing his creativity and expressing himself with a form of, you know, media that allows a little bit more time and allows you to think things through. And maybe, I mean, I don't know how involved he is in those films. I don't know if he's only acting it or if he's helped, like, write it as well, or, like, I don't know. It could be that it's inspiring him to write his own films as well. So I've got to think he's not hurting for money. I've got to think that financially he is all right. I'd imagine he's made a little bit from meeting all the fans out there as well at different Comic Cons and everything. So to me, I'm trying to think about, like, the headspace that he's in, and I'm trying to think about, like, realistically, where is he? Like, what headspace is he in? I think he had a really bad final time with WWE because I think that the amount of control he had diminished. A bit like we saw with Cody in AEW. You know, Cody's control diminished and he ended up leaving AEW. I think Bray's control over the Fiend character and everything diminished, and he ended up, like, losing his job. Clearly as well, that caused tension with Vince, And so, there's a broken relationship there as well that would need mending. And so he's gone off now, and he's now got control of his life again. And he's now doing something that he seems to be really enjoying. So when will he be back in wrestling is hard to answer, because only he can answer it. And only he can answer how much he's missing the live reaction from fans, because that's something that movies aren't going to give you. And that is a hell of a drug, isn't it? That's walking out, having the fans going crazy. Is something that will bring him back to wrestling, I'm sure. So I don't think he stays away forever, because I think he'll miss his fans. And but will it be soon? I mean, I think that he'll explore other movie projects first. I think he'll explore other movie projects, and I think that for this year in particular, unless there's a certain thing that he gets offered a truckload of money for, I would imagine he'll do films this year and then maybe look at returning next year. And then it's all going to be about who wants him next year. Is Vince going to want to go back there? Genuinely, I don't know. I mean, this WrestleMania is just, it's the biggest ever, and all you're hearing about is how amazing it was. I don't know. I don't think Vince is under the impression he needs him, to be honest. And I don't think they had a great working relationship. So I don't know why. I can't see Vince going back there at the time being. I can't see Vince wanting to bring back Bray. So I just can't see him going to WWE. Just can't see it. Really, really can't see it. I think if he goes anywhere, it's going to be Control Your Narrative. It's going to be AEW. It's going to be Impact. It's going to be one of those places. AEW, you would think, would be the most likely. But if Control Your Narrative does really well, which I have no idea. I mean, honestly, I have no idea about what they're doing at the moment. I just know that Braun was saying that Tony Khan is scared of Control Your Narrative, and it seems like he's trying to get a bit of hype going. But he's got a great relationship with Bray. Could Bray come in? They'd give him all the freedom in the world. He'd get to control his narrative. I know if there's one thing I know that you can do in Control Your Narrative, it's very much control your narrative. So he'd very much be able to control his character if he went to Control Your Narrative. And that might be something that would give them a boost. Even if it's not a permanent run, it could just be a little thing. You could just, build up towards a match, one match. Could be him against EC3 or something, and he'd be able to debut like a new character that he would own, and that way he could start fleshing something out. So yeah, Control Your Narrative I think would be kind of an interesting place for him to maybe land, but not permanently, just as a one-off, just as a return. He could go there before signing with AEW or something. So. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think he'll be doing films for a while, because I think, as I said, he seemed to be really enjoying it. I just saw Sarah Logan posted she's wrestling at Control Your Narrative. In your opinion, do you think it's time for WWE to make Seth a babyface? Who would be the heels? That would be my question. So, like, AJ's a face. And, I mean, what big heels have you got? Kevin Owens? I mean, without, like, looking at the Raw roster, I'm trying to think who on there are the heels. I really can't think. I can't think of, like, the big heels. Miz? I mean, you've got Cody's just come in and is a massive face. I think if Seth's a face, he might get in the way. So, the way you have to look at it is who is your number one baby face, who's your number two baby face, who's your number three, who's your number one heel, who's your number two heel, who's your number three. And you'd list it that way. Well, without a shadow of a doubt, Cody Rhodes is your number one baby face on Raw right now. So, that would mean that Seth would have to be like the number two baby face. Which is fine, he can be that, but then, like, I would argue, well, what's AJ Styles? and what is Bobby Lashley, because seemingly you've just turned Bobby Lashley face. And where's Finn Balor? And it feels like there's quite a few faces. So I would say that there would be a lack of heels if you did turn him. So I would say right now, no. Off the top, shout out to you. Says, Days, how you been? Who do you think returns tonight? I don't think anyone, to be honest. I think that if there was anyone that was coming back, they would have come back last week. I mean, never say never. If someone does arrive tonight, it won't be the most shocking thing in the world. But I can't say I'm expecting Bayley or Asuka or anyone like that, because you normally stack the Raw after WrestleMania. It's normally a case that last week's show is the one that you really do make, like, you know, all singing, all dancing. So I don't think that Bayley is ready. Certainly Alexa, as we said, she's going to be on honeymoon. And I don't think Asuka's ready yet either. We've already had Lacey Evans. We've seen Lacey Evans. She's got that new kind of babyface gimmick. You've got, you've just got, like, Veer's arrived. You've got Elias that's come back. Like, we had a few last week. So I can't say that I see anyone this week. We're starting to run out of people to come back, I think. When I said gold championship, I meant the new unified championship is gold now, I think. Well, no. Apparently there's not going to be one belt going forwards. So, no. If there's any belts doing the rounds, I would say that they're probably just fan-made things. Because it's believed that those two belts are going to be kept as they are and kept separate, and then they'll go back to being one on SmackDown and one on Raw. So if you've seen one that's got like a gold background instead now, I would say that's probably fake. Moldy, shout out to you, bud. Appreciate the support. Moldy said, I'm still on the boat that if we had crowds through... I'm still on the boat that if we had crowds through the lockdown, Bray would still be here. It was the supernatural stuff that people didn't buy, and that wasn't possible until there was no crowds. I'm still on the boat that if we had crowds through lockdown, Bray would still be there. It was the supernatural stuff people didn't buy, and that wasn't possible until there was no crowds. I don't know, to be honest, because the supernatural stuff was obviously the barrier for me, and I've got no problem with Bray coming back to WWE personally. I obviously don't want the supernatural stuff back because that's not what I watch wrestling for. It's not what I enjoy. You know, we all get something different from wrestling. We all want different things from wrestling. Thousands of you out there would want the supernatural stuff back, but equally there's thousands of you out there that don't. So it's a topic of conversation. It's a debate that we can have till the cows come home. But I think to be honest, I don't see it as being the reason why it soured. I see it being more that he had a certain vision for what he wanted to do with that character, and it might have included supernatural, but Vince had a different vision, and I think it's that difference in visions that caused the friction. So, and to be honest, I don't know where those differences are. I've never heard. You know, I don't know if, like, Bray didn't want supernatural, but Vince did. I have no idea. I know that Bray was very upset after that Hell in a Cell match. That wasn't supernatural. So, Hell in a Cell, you might remember the Hell in a Cell match. Bray is down inside Hell in a Cell, and Seth is just hitting him with anything and everything. And the referee calls for the bell because Bray isn't responsive. And they raise the cage up. The crowd are a bit confused because that's just not the way that a match would normally end, with a ref stoppage. WWE completely botched the communication. It gets out on social media that it's a disqualification. And rightfully, people are like, well, you can't be disqualified in a Hell in a Cell. And then there's a bit of a scramble as to, what has actually happened. And then it's announced that it was actually ref stoppage. Now, ref stoppage is not used very often at all. And so there's a lot of people out there that are like, ref stoppage, what the hell's that? You can't do a ref stoppage in Hell in a Cell. And so you can, by the way. But it's a lot of confusion, a lot of anger, lots of mixed messages. You've got people booing in the arena at the time as a result. You've got people chanting refunds. Bray, I think, wasn't it Seth on like a Broken Skull Sessions? Seth turned around and said like that was a, real difficult match, and he went back and he had a go at Vince. And then I remember Bray on Twitter saying, you should have seen what I was about to do when I got out back, or you should have seen what I did when I got out back, like clearly making it known that he was furious about how that went down. So that is clearly one example of a match that did not go the way that Bray envisaged it to go. I can't imagine that he was over the moon when he heard that he was going to be losing the title to Goldberg. I can't imagine that was, something he was thrilled about. Just examples like that, to be honest. But actually nailing it down to specifics, well, we've never had that interview, have we? We've never had that kind of sit down with Bray. There's still many, many questions that need to be answered. Might never get answered, but I would think they would. I mean, that's, something that people would love answers to, and that's something that Bray has got, obviously, inside knowledge of. So I think we will get those answers one day, but exactly what those differences were, I'm not too sure. I think they almost certainly led to arguments, and I think those arguments led to Bray's release. I think that Bray got released because he had a breakdown in communication with Vince, and I think for Vince, Vince had an idea of what he wanted to do with the character, but I think it was probably a case that he was banging his head against the wall because Bray had a different idea, and as a result, it was just like they kind of, they were butting heads, just bouncing against each other, and as a result, like, there was no real way forward, and so Vince saved the money on the wages instead, and, I think collectively that's how the Fiend character came to an end. This is why, so many people are like, oh, will he go back to WWE? Will he go back to WWE? And it's like, well, I just don't see it at the moment because that still exists, doesn't it? Whilst Vince is there, I just can't see it because that tension, that creative difference, that all still exists. And Bray hasn't gone away and upped his worth, if you will. He's just gone away and not done anything at the moment. I know he's gone and done a film, but that film hasn't come out. If that film comes out and is like a big box office smash and he becomes a big name, then he's got something to go back to WWE with as a bit of a negotiating tool. It's like when Cody was in WWE, they wouldn't let him be Cody. He was Stardust. He had to, look what he had to do. He had to go away. Had to, kind of for 6 years toil in New Japan and then start AEW and like build up his own brand and really establish his own name. And then when he went back, that's when they were like, yeah, we want you to be Cody now. And so he was able to be Cody Rhodes. That's the kind of thing Bray has to do. Bray has to leave and he has to have that sort of an impact whereby WWE want him to come back and they are then willing to allow him to book his character the way that he wants to book it. But he'll only get that kind of freedom by being a massive star somewhere. So, either his films have got to smash it at a box office, or he needs to go to AEW and kill it, be their top merch seller, really resonate, be a needle mover, show them how, significant he is. And then that might be enough for Vince to be like, okay, let's try this guy again. Let's go back to this guy. But I think until there's some movement there, I can't see why Vince would just change his mind. There's no reason for Vince to change his mind. Like, WWE is doing as well as it ever has without him. There's no need for Vince to bring the Fiend back or Bray back. Like, I know people out there would want it, but you've seen those numbers about WrestleMania, the same numbers I've seen, which are, just that it's bigger than the Super Bowl and all this. I mean, that's a load of nonsense, but that's what they're putting out there. And like social media wise, it had more impressions and all this kind of stuff. And I think genuinely the views are like 50% up on last year, though. That seems to be like, this WrestleMania does seem to have delivered big time on views and social media. So, if you're Vince McMahon right now, why would you be bringing Bray back? If when you worked together, you had a headache last time you worked together. So, Bray, it's in Bray's hands. It's in his hands. But he's going to have to go away and do something. Matthew said, is Becky versus Bianca for the Raw Women's Championship? There is no Becky Bianca on the show tonight, to my knowledge. There's rumours that will be the rematch, and that we could get that at WrestleMania Backlash. So we'll kind of see what comes of that. But to my knowledge, I've got no preview or anything for that match tonight. So, and I don't have anything for that. And flag, boom, back. What are your thoughts on Gunther and Kaiser debut? People don't like the name changes, but I couldn't care less about the name as long as they're treated as credible. Yeah, Hall of Fame Sports Media, shout out to you. Can I just answer this other one first? Someone said that Undertaker wants him to come back and Vince might listen. No, don't pin your hopes on that. That was just a panel that was at WrestleMania where someone asked the question of who would you like to see return, and he said Bray. He'd like him to come back. He feels like, he was a very good performer and everything. But that was just a WrestleMania panel. This isn't that Undertaker is banging the drum hard for him to return. I wouldn't blow it out of proportion. Like, he was asked that question by a fan, and he just gave an answer at a WrestleMania panel show. It's not that he is, like, actively seeking out Vince to tell him to re-sign Bray Wyatt. And also, like, Vince is very much his own man. So I think if you're pinning your hopes on that, I would reconsider it. In regards to Gunther, I love Gunther. For me, I don't care about the name change. I think it makes no difference. I mean, Volta, Gunther, it makes no difference. I think they're both just as good as each other. Like, it doesn't matter. I think the fans are kicking back on it because it's a little bit of a meme type thing to do now. I think it's seen as a cool little, I think every time the fans chant Volta, like, you've got people going, they're chanting Volta. They want him to change the name back, kind of a thing. But I must admit, I find that a bit cringe. I think that, I'm a massive fan of his, and it doesn't make any difference whatsoever. Like, had they changed his name from Volta to Shorty W, then I would be totally on board. But, I mean, I think Gunther's fine. I mean, I really don't see the problem. So I don't care about that. I do wish they'd kept the music the same. I think the music change is a bit of a problem because I think the new music's really bland. So I do think that's a problem. I would love to see them change that. Ludwig, again, not really bothered. It's not bothered. I think it's fine. Ludwig and Gunther is fine. I just care. Like, I'm the same. I just want them to be booked well. Just want them to be booked as killers. And I thought, honestly, one of the best matches I saw last week was that Gunther match. That Gunther squash match, that Gunther jobber match. I enjoyed it so much. It was, like, hard-hitting. The guy was absolutely brutalized. Gunther went in there to send a statement out. If you don't know who he is, you know who he is now. And what I love is, it takes me back to my youth when someone would come in and do that and beat up jobbers, and you would start thinking, like, wow, I can't wait for this guy to... Imagine him against Roman. Imagine him. And, like, you could start, like, fantasy book. Now, we've been able to do that for a long time because we've seen Gunther down in NXT and NXT UK. So we've been able to, like, imagine him when he gets to the main roster. Imagine him against Roman, blah, 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 blah. But now he's on the main roster, and now you can start to see him, and you can start to, like, certainly in jobber matches as well. In jobber matches where they just look so dominant and they just look so, like, commanding, like, you can really start to get excited about. Imagine when he takes on, like, you know, whoever. And I like that. It reminds me a lot of the early 90s when you used to get a lot of jobber matches. You used to get, like, reminds me of Ludwig Borger. I always come back to Ludwig Borger, but Ludwig Borger is someone that really made that impression on me. Ludwig Borger was someone... I did have his figure, actually. I don't know if I've still got his figure around. I thought I've still got the Ludwig Borger figure. Man, I've got old... Well, I do have his figure down there, but I did have one in a box. But, there. Ludwig Borger, there he is. This guy, if you've never seen this guy, this is his Hasbro. The backing card is green, which is why it's gone see-through. But, yeah, Ludwig Borger, the Finland finisher. He was kind of like, to my mind, the Brock Lesnar of 93. He really was someone that was very, very scary. 300-odd pounds from Finland. And he just looked like this absolute beast. And he looked absolutely brilliant. And Ludwig Borger was someone, I remember him coming in, and he used to do that. He used to squash jobbers. And when he would squash jobbers, you'd be like, man, he is going to be a problem. I remember thinking he is going to be a problem. Okay, as a kid, I remember thinking, like, he's going straight to the top. You'd be like, damn, man, he's going to go straight to the top. He's going to be a champion. Like, who's going to stop Ludwig Borger? Him against, like, Lex Luger, like, and him against Bret Hart. And you could, like, seeing him against, like, jobbers. I mean, obviously, you didn't think of him as jobbers. Like, he was just taking on wrestlers and destroying them. But I remember watching, thinking, like, man, he's so good. He is so good. And he was, like, the Brock Lesnar of, like, 90 or 93 or so. I think there was some stuff going on behind the scenes, and they never really pulled the trigger on him, and he very quickly left. And actually, I think was in the UFC. Actually, that's how legit he was. That's how Brock Lesnar-esque he was. I'm sure he has a UFC fight. But, yeah, he came across as, like, this legit kind of fighting machine, this legit killer. And, yeah, Gunther kind of reminded me of that. Just, like, this exciting killer that you can now start thinking, like, wow, what's he going to be like when he gets to, you know, facing some of them big names. It was brilliant. One of my favourite jobber matches ever. Seriously, I've loved it. Absolutely loved it. So, yeah, I'm not too bothered about, like, the name change. I do miss the music change. I think that's a problem. But he looked great. Huff Sports Media said, I hate the Pete Dunne change. I think it's silly to change a badass like Pete to Butch, who acts like a child. Do you prefer Dolph Ziggler as a face or a heel? I think Ziggler's a fantastically skilled performer that can do both, to be honest. I think he is someone that's a brilliant babyface. He's brilliant as a babyface. Him at the 2014 Survivor Series. When I go back at, like, some of my favorite recent moments, you know, I would definitely say Cody Seth at WrestleMania this year is going to be one of my all-time favorite moments. I gave that match 5 stars, and, you know, here we are, a week later, I still stand by it. I absolutely love that match. Love his arrival, all of that. But back in 2014, one of my absolute all-time favorites was Sting's arrival. And we've spoke about it quite a few times. But it was Dolph that really made that, because it was a Survivor Series match. And it was Team Cena against Team Authority. If Team Authority won, then Team Cena was fired. If Team Cena won, then Team Authority were out of power. So it was Steph and it was Triple H. And if Team Cena won, they were out. They were done. So it was high stakes. And Team Cena got down to one last member, which was Dolph Ziggler, and he had to beat 3 members of Team Authority. And Team Authority were cheating. I mean, Triple H was tripping Dolph over from the outside. He wasn't an official member of the team. He was just on the outside, and he was tripping him over. I think he knocks out the ref at one point, and a different ref has to come down, but it's a ref that you know is with the Authority, and it was all screwy, and then, lights go out and Sting arrives, and it's amazing. But Dolph in that moment as a face was just stunning. That and when he becomes world champion, absolutely amazing as well. So I think him as a face, I know that he's brilliant. But I think that him as a heel as well. The only thing I would say with him as a heel is I can't really name many big moments that he's had as a heel. When he tends to be a heel, he tends to be more a kind of throwaway heel, to be honest. But that's not his fault. That's just the booking. It's a shame that he's not had many big heel moments, where he's kind of been able to show how good of a heel he is. Because he's great. He's a great performer. And I think he works well as both. Do you see Samoa Joe's facing Suzuki at the Ring of Honor TV Championship and Dynamite? 2 of the hardest hitting people in the industry facing off should be great, says Daniel. Richard said, how do you feel that Liv Morgan's whip from Mania is going for 10K on WWE auction? Not bothered. I don't care. I think that she's got fans. I mean, there's no doubt about that. And I think not only have you got Liv Morgan fans, but that is an actual prop that was used at WrestleMania. So you will always, regardless of what it is, you will always get people that want to own something like that. I mean, that'll go in a frame, on a wall, I would imagine. In a frame, on a wall, in a man cave, or in someone's house. And that is an item that you can go to WrestleMania on the network and show your friends that item was at WrestleMania. And that kind of stuff just does not become available all that often. Like actual ring gear and things that were actually used at WrestleMania in particular as well. I mean, you're talking, the show of shows. So I think not only do you have Liv fans, but you have people that collect that kind of stuff. And, we saw quite a few of those collectors on that Most Wanted Treasures show that Triple H did. He was behind along with Steph. And they went around and got different bits from people to put into their kind of warehouse. We went into people's homes where it's just floor to ceiling dripping with memorabilia, and they had like authentic robes and all this kind of stuff. So I certainly don't think that it's reflective of Liv in particular. I genuinely think that a vast majority, like if it was Sasha Banks' whip from WrestleMania, it'd be going for like 10 grand as well. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not really too fussed by it because it's a high price, but it's a WrestleMania authentic and actually sold from WWE. So it's not fake or anything. Item that's and they're very, very, very collectible, that kind of stuff. So can't wait to watch Cody live for the first time, says Carter. Darzi, hello. Shout out to you. Sam said, who do you think is the guy to take the Universal from Roman? Do you think it's possible for one of the Usos to take it? Nah. Not one of the Usos. Who could take it? To be honest, they might save it for someone like Braun or Gunther or Gable Steveson. Like, right now, there's no one. Well, maybe Drew. Could be Drew. It depends how much they believe in Drew. It depends how much Drew is still seen as a viable option. I mean, he held the WWE Championship. He's got a good size to him. He's been a champion. Ticks boxes. He would benefit from it. He's sticking around. It's not like he's going after WrestleMania. So, yeah, I would say Drew's an option, but I can't say he's absolutely the one that's going to do it. But it could be Gable Steveson. It could be Gunther. It could be a few people. I don't think it'll be Shinsuke. We're starting with Cody. I love this promo. I love it because it sets the scene. I mean, like, it says everything that needs to be said. It's brilliant. Brilliant promo. Love the fact he's back. He opened the show last week. I mean, he really is like the big star on Raw. Not only is Rampage on before SmackDown, Battle of the Belts is the same time as UFC. Okay. But Cody is the best candidate to beat Roman, said channel name. Cody would be excellent. Good evening. Hope everyone is ready for Cody. Do you think at Mania they could have done something with Undertaker, like a special entrance, or was it just right? I think it was just right. I think you could have had him come out in Dead Man attire, and it would have been a great way for the fans to have said goodbye to Dead Man, because the fans never had that chance. But in all fairness, I think equally it's nice for Mark Calloway to be honoured. And Hall of Fame is about honouring the man, really. Behind all of the different Undertaker gimmicks, you know, American Badass, Dead Man, Lord of Darkness, blah, 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 blah. So that really was a moment for Mark Calloway to be able to come out and thank the fans. And, you know, I'd say that's more important, really. It's us thanking him. So I would say it was just right. Again, people are always going to want one more moment, one more match, all that kind of stuff, but he's done it. He's retired. Miz and Cody. Right, Miz making his way down. What is next for Roman after he loses the belt? Well, we don't know when he's going to do that, to be honest. Jerry Lawler's here. He said, I want to thank Corey Graves for sacrificing his future happiness. Oh, it's great having Jerry Lawler on commentary. That's great. Jerry the King. He's probably going to say something wildly inappropriate that's going to upset Twitter, but... Miz is in the ring, and we're going to be getting Miz TV. Sick of WWE bringing in these AEW has-beens. Right, we're in Detroit tonight. Corey Graves is back to wrestling. He's at honeymoon. He got married, didn't he? To Carmella. Can he beat me tonight? Can Cody beat me tonight? Asks The Miz. Your opinion doesn't matter. Seth Rollins is very good, but I consider myself that much better. Here we go, Cody Rhodes. Good cheer, good reaction for Cody. The American Nightmare. We're seeing some signs in the crowd. Man, they are presenting him huge. He's being presented as a massive star. That seemed to take him a bit by surprise, didn't it? That going off. Here's Cody. Cody looking great in a suit. Pyro going off. That seemed loud, man. The entranceway that he was stood in, when it goes bang, like he was right there. That seemed like really loud. Like there was a moment where it was like, whoa. I always like that as well when they've got like people holding a different letter. It's people that are holding Cody. Well, 4 of them, but the CGI banners as well. I don't know if the sound is being sweetened. I don't think so. Seems just like a louder crowd than last week. Lots of pyro. Big entrance for him. Smile on his face. Cody taking on The Miz later tonight. He seems to be loving it. He seems to be really enjoying himself. Crowd going crazy, man. Lots of signs. Everyone on their feet. So much energy. It's way better than last week's crowd. So much better. Miz is like... Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Really good. Lots of pyro. Loads of pyro. I hope Cody calls Miz the more famous MJF, says James. This is one of the best things going on in WWE. Maybe the best. Are you trying to upstage me on my own show? Is that the kind of guy you are now? Don't get hot. Don't begrudge me this moment. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since I've been able to be in front of a crowd like this. Baby. Miz is like, so let's, and then just as he goes, so let's, Cody's like, crowd are Cody in a way. It's good. It's good. May we get started now. Robert, shout out to you. You wanted to make your father proud. Dusty Rhodes getting a shout. Cody. If it's not... if it wasn't for your family name, you wouldn't be the grandson of a plumber. You'd just be a plumber. This is the Raw after WrestleMania crowd. It's much better, isn't it? You haven't changed, says Cody. You're arrogant. You're obnoxious. You're reliable? Good old reliable Mike. This is so interesting. Do I look the same to you? What do you think I've been doing for 6 years? It's nice. It's nice from Cody saying you're exactly the same. You're good old reliable Mike. Do I look the same? Cody uses the word belt, and Miz calls it a title. I feel like there's a little bit of niggle between these two. Do you think Vince will send Cody when it's closer for MJF to become a free agent? We're a long way from that. I mean, it's apparently 2024, isn't it? I think he'll try a few things to get him. But I don't think Vince is going to get drawn into, like, you know, big bidding feuds and all this. He'll put a number out there, and he might get Cody to have a word. Cody chants. Do you know what this means? He puts his hand up. He's good, isn't he, Miz? He's good. He's working the crowd here. Everyone wanted to talk about Cody Rhodes after WrestleMania. We all know where you've been. This is my show. Cody's like, okay, chill. Let's chill. Settle down, big man. Settle down. I'm going to tell you something you've never heard on your show. I respect you. I get the sense. I get a sense that this hostility is maybe because you feel a bit threatened by me. If he wants a rematch, I'd be happy to oblige for Seth. Miz has been picking him up on every little... Yeah, I feel like there's a bit of niggle between them. It's an interesting promo, and it's an interesting back and forth. It's one that's going to be dissected by what culture and everything, because it's sort of like Cody talking to Vince. May the best man win. I think it's really interesting, right? I think it's really interesting because you sense that there's a little bit of something between them in real life. Miz, because like every time, like I think Cody's gone out there without a script. I think Cody's gone out without, like, maybe some bullet points. But he's said to The Miz, we'll just feel it when we're out there, right? Because that's how Cody wants to do it. And I think The Miz is fine to do it that way. But the problem with doing it that way is you're always going to have your defenses up because it's not a script that you're following. So you're not going to want someone to show you up on live TV, right? You're not going to want someone to take the mick out of you on live TV or get the bet. You know, someone could fire in a quip, and if you're not ready to respond, like, you could look like, well, you lost that verbal battle, basically. So it kind of felt like it was not scripted. It felt that the way that The Miz was kind of point scoring was every time that Cody was saying something that wasn't WWE, he would pick him up on it. So, you know, he said belt, and very quickly The Miz was like, actually, it's a title. A belt just holds up your pants. Like, this is very much Vince McMahon, isn't it? This is what Vince has drilled into the WWE superstars. And again, he said wrestlers, and straight away The Miz was like, superstars? And it was just like picking him up on those little things. And you know, I think what Cody is representing is very much the pushback on all of that. Like, I don't want Cody. I wish Cody had turned around and said, wrestlers. Like, I wish he'd stood his ground and not bent a little bit. I wish he hadn't have bent there. I wish he hadn't have turned around and said, okay, superstar wrestlers, whatever, right? That was his response. And I wish he hadn't. I wish he'd have just, you know, stuck with wrestlers. And when he said belt earlier and Miz corrected it to title, I wish he'd stood his ground and said belt. Like, because Cody should represent, you know, the kind of opposite of what we've been getting. And what we've been getting is the Vince McMahon superstars, the Vince McMahon championships, the Vince McMahon medical facility. What Cody represents is wrestlers, belts, hospitals, yeah? He represents common sense, yeah? He's the son of Dusty Rhodes. So he should be here to represent pro wrestling. He has said a few times, I want to be the best wrestler here. I want to show I'm the best wrestler. You know, so when you've got The Miz going, superstars, I wish he'd stood his ground on that. I wish he'd stood his ground and responded with wrestlers. But as I'm saying, you know, that's the kind of back and forth I can see what culture getting their teeth into. I can see Cultaholic getting their teeth into. Because it did at times feel very much like Cody having a conversation with Vince, and Cody just, you know, unscripted, saying things his way. But of course, there is a WWE way that you're meant to do. I'd love to know what Vince's reaction to that would be. Because Vince, you know, might say to him, like, you do need to make sure you're using the same terminology. It is superstars, it is championships, it is medical facilities, and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, you know, the Miz was point scoring there. It's because, as I said, when you go into a promo and it's not scripted, you don't want the other person getting one up on you, and that's how the Miz was able to, you know, just get a couple of little points in there. But Cody did well. Held his own, came back with a couple of things. But it's hard, isn't it? His hands are tied because he can't really say what he wants to say. Because everything Miz is saying is the correct thing to... He's like teacher's pet, you know? Yeah. I'm Burrin said, I'm happy with that promo. Still funny, the banned word wrestling is the first word for Cody's entrance also. This is wrestling. I don't think Cody cares about the names of things. They're meaningless. No, Cody doesn't, but I think Vince does. So this is what I'm saying. It'd be better if he would just push back. I would have liked to have seen him push back on that. I think, you know, Cody... I want Cody to be here to represent wrestling. I've said before that I think that there's lots of things that happen in WWE that cater to lots of different people. So, you know, you've got like the wacky stuff that caters to kids. And you've got, like maybe Roman caters more to the adults a little. But I think that Cody is one that caters to the wrestling fans. And I think Danielson did before. Daniel Bryan, I think he did. And I think AJ Styles does. But I think now Cody does. And I think if there's anyone in this company that should be standing up for the word wrestling, I think it should be Cody. But it's hard, innit? Because he knows that Vince doesn't like that word being used. But equally, like, you got to stand your ground. You got to stand your ground. In an unscripted promo like that, like, yeah, he just had to kind of correct himself. Like, Miz corrected him. He had to go with it. And that was a little... It was really interesting, though. It was really, really interesting. What I would say is that it didn't have the knockout blow from Cody at the end of it. It probably needed Cody to say something that made the crowd go, "Ah, there it is." It didn't have that to it. That's probably what it lacked. But it very interesting back and forth. I don't think The Rock is going to come back because the guy makes more money making movies than in WWE. I think that he loves wrestling. It's in his family. It's there's not really much like it where you can get that reaction from a crowd. I think that the actual wrestling, the match, is going to be a bit of an inconvenience for him. I think walking out and having the crowd reaction is what he'll be interested in. But is it against Dominic? I thought it was against Ray. Okay. Dominic Mysterio versus Veer. So, yeah, that's his life, innit? That's what he's grown up doing. So money isn't everything. He'll still get paid very, very, very well. Some banned words include blood, choke, belt, strap, diva, headshot, trauma, kayfabe, mofos, house show, DQ. DQ? Oh, disqualification instead. Victim, violence, violent, wrestling, WWF, babyface heel, jobber card, strangle, kill, murder. It's a wonder the commentators get to say anything. Veer, right, we are underway with Dominic Mysterio against Veer. Don't know, I'd be interested to know how Vince thought that went, to be honest. I mean, that is a non-scripted promo, which Vince doesn't really care for. And also, there were terms used there that Vince doesn't care for. And I don't know if it had, like, a little anything at the end. Like, I don't know if there was, like, a conclusion to it, if you will. I suppose there was the Miz tried to attack him kind of a thing, but I don't know how Vince would have felt that went. Dominic moves out the way as Veer goes outside the ring. Dominic goes crossbody but gets caught by Veer. Veer throws Dominic into the barricades. Veer looks great, doesn't he? He's got such a great size to him. Picking up Dominic, hurling him into the ring. Veer getting into the ring. Dominic down in the middle. Clothesline. Dominic goes down. Stay down, Dominic. You won't have as far to fall, said Jerry Lawler. Cervical clutch. Submission applied by Veer. Dominic's tap in. And there we go. Veer wins a bit of a squash match. Veer Mahan victorious over Dominic. And there he goes to that submission hold again. Referee wants other refs to come down. There we go. They're trying to break him off of Dominic. Cervical clutch. Eyes wide open, full energy. Whatever you are doing, keep doing it, William. Shout out to you. He's going back to it again. Look, it's a lot like the Accolade, isn't it? Yeah, he's gone to it 3 times, and it took several people to... here's the stretcher. We've got a stretcher that's made its way down to the ring. Boos for Veer as Veer is walking away. Did they say where Ray was? I mean, he just can't be there, can he? They just had Veer squash Dominic last week. That stretcher is going to take Dominic to NXT, said Master Chief. Days, poor Veer. Dominic is not the best seller. Veer needed Ray here. Would have made him look a lot stronger, in my opinion. Veer's hair is breathtaking, says Brent. I'll tell you what, he could do a commercial for, like, Wash and Go or something, couldn't he? Big Time Back said, do you think the unification of tag titles is a good idea, considering WWE constantly struggles to give any team consistent wins and momentum? Yeah, you could probably get away with one. I mean, to be honest, there's just a load of singles guys chucked together, isn't there? So you could probably get away with just having unified tag titles. The only problem with that, though, because I don't think the networks really care about that. The only problem you've got with that is those tag champs are going to be pulled in a few different directions. You know, sometimes they're going to be on SmackDown house shows. Sometimes they're going to be on Raw house shows. Sometimes they're going to be on SmackDown. Sometimes they'll be on Raw. Like, the company doesn't seem to be set up for just one set of champions, if you will. Like, it's too big. The company's too big. It's not like it was back in the 90s or back in the day. Like, you do have, like, Raw house shows and SmackDown house shows, and you do, like, you know, trying to book them, and I just imagine it'd be a nightmare. So I think it from a storyline would make sense. From a logistical point of view, I could see it being a nightmare if you only had one set of tag champs. Because you can't use them on Raw and SmackDown every week. And if they're on, say, doing a program on Raw, what do your tag teams do on SmackDown? I don't know. It's tricky. I can see why they're trying to maintain 2 separate divisions. That makes sense. But it's just the bottom line is they just don't really care about tag wrestling, do they? Vince just doesn't really care for it. Mighty Lorelei has fallen to the Sleep Demons. Jennifer, shout out to you. Who do you think will take the title from Bianca? Don't know, dude. Those kind of, who's going to take the titles off such and such. It's so many different options that are available. I think Bianca will hold it for a while. And then really depends on, you know, where we get with, could be a Rhea Ripley, could be a Liv Morgan, could be a return in Asuka. But to be honest, I could see Bianca having it for a while. I think I don't think it'll be Becky. I think that's pretty much guaranteed. But there's probably quite a few options. It just really depends which way they want to go and how long they want Bianca to have the title for. Do you think Vince will send Cody when it's... Oh, he answered that one. I think that you're talking about something that's not going to happen for 2 years. I mean, 2024 is when MJF's contract's up. So, I mean, I don't quite know what you mean by send Cody. I mean, he's got his contact details. I would imagine that Vince will be in touch with MJF when his contract is due to expire. But I don't think he'll get sucked into like a big bidding war or, you know, all this kind of stuff. I think he'll, you know, put an offer in. If MJF wants to take it, brilliant. If not, well, no loss. I mean, Vince doesn't need him. He doesn't need MJF. So I don't know how crazy he'll break the bank to try and get MJF. Shola, shout out to you. White Lotus said Dominic needs a character change and new pronouns. Refs used to have the power to reverse ruling. When did this end? Don't think it has. I think he could still reverse the decision if he wanted. I've never seen an announcement that it has ended. So he could have reversed it. Jerry Lawler had his reversed against Michael Cole. That's one of the... I can't remember it happening since then, though. I'm sure it has. I'm almost certain it has, but no, to my knowledge, that hasn't ended. What if we've got Bianca versus Ronda at Survivor Series? Could happen. Right, we're backstage with Dominic. Dominic's on a stretcher. They're taking him to an ambulance. There we go. He's being loaded into an ambulance. And there is Veer backstage. I strike fear into the heart of any man. Dominic being loaded into a hospital. Jerry Lawler said, I think the superstars are going to wait in line to hate on this guy. So, Byron Saxton, Jimmy Smith, Hall of Famer, Jerry the King Lawler. Right, next up, Damien Priest. I hear Bayley is back on live shows as a face, said List of Jericho. Definitely haven't heard that. I mean, she's been at weddings over the weekend, so... Unless she's about to start. Veer is going to pop a blood vessel if he isn't careful. Hashtag thank you, Veer. Is Ricochet ready to be the guy of WWE? He's getting popular every time he gets in the ring. More fans are getting behind him. Is he ready to be the guy? What do you mean? Like, the main champion? I mean, I would say he's not what Vince looks for. So I would be very surprised if we get to that. I think he serves a purpose on the roster. I think he's very eye-catching in the ring. Vince likes all the gymnastics, the flips. It's eye-catching stuff that plays well on Instagram and Twitter and whatnot. But I can't say I see him being WWE champion. Or if he is, I can't see it being for long. I just can't see it at all. Edge talked about my family. There's Damien Priest. AJ starts throwing some shots at Damien Priest. We've got a little backstage brawl. So we've got AJ and Damien Priest fighting backstage. They fall into a load of boxes. Next. Coming up next. Okay. Scout, Days and the wrestling community, I hope you're having a great day. I just found out I got COVID, so stuck in the house for a while. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. I'm really sorry to hear that. I've got a newfound appreciation for people that are going through that. Yeah, shout out to you. I had 2 horrible days where I was in bed. That sucked. I suppose it depends if you've had it before, because my brother's had it a couple of times, and he said the worst time is the first. But once you get it like a second, I think he's had it 3 times. It was like second time didn't really do much to him, and third time he just thinks he's got it now, but he's not even sure. But it's that first one is apparently pretty moody, and it had me in bed for a couple of days. So yeah, hope you're on the road to recovery, or at least been through the worst of it. So shout out to you, Scout. Did you realise they didn't mention Xavier as King Woods anymore, said Sam. Yeah, it was mentioned on SmackDown, to be honest. Someone there pointed it out, which I think is good. For me, it wasn't doing anything for him, so I think with those King gimmicks, they can hold on to them way too long. Way too long. And I think it's fine to move on from it. I think, honestly, it'd run its course. I was pretty bored of it, like 5 seconds after we introduced it. Why does Raw have 3 commentators? Jimmy Smith has got to be the most inconsequential and neutral commentator ever, says Darcy. Alexa is an evil queen for darkness, and Balor is a prince king. Days I was positive, but today I tested and I was negative. Very good. Football King, shout out to you. It's worse if you don't have any vaccine. That is true. Yeah. I mean, I'm lucky. I had both my vaccines, but I didn't have my booster. I wasn't refusing it or anything like this because I had my 2 vaccines, but it was just when it came up for the booster, it was like, I don't know, Royal Rumble or something like this. I remember like getting the text and I was like, no, I haven't got time to do it. And then, you know what it's like, other things get in the way, and before you know it, just doesn't happen. So, yeah, I definitely wish I had been boosted. But, well, I've had it now. I suppose this acts as a booster, doesn't it? Because your body builds up, like, you know, like an immunity to it, or, like, you know, to fight it, so... I think WWE is wasting Shayna Baszler, says Sam. I need to get my booster, said Sunny. Sunny, shout out to you. Is Becky Lynch wrestling tonight? No news on Becky. I had my tonsils out on Wednesday, and you're helping me get rid of that pain by distracting from the pain, said Alfie. Alfie, shout out to you. Shout out to you. I don't know anyone that's ever had that, to be honest. I know of it. It's something that people have, but I've never had it. So, shout out to you. We've got the top 10 Instagram photos of the week. We've got Rhea Ripley taking a selfie. We got Tommaso with Triple H. We've got Zelina Vega. We've got... These are rubbish pictures. Gable Steveson in the ring at WrestleMania. Austin Theory with Maria Menounos. That's quite nice. Naomi, Sasha, and Bianca. Here's AJ. AJ Styles taking on Damien Priest. They don't want none. Really want none. I would like to see Shayna win one of the 2 belts because it would shake things up and it would be a refreshing change, said John. Sam said, do you think Montez Ford can have a huge singles push? Maybe in the future one day. But not whilst with Street Profits, I don't think. I wouldn't even want to see it whilst he was with Street Profits. I think if you're in a tag team, you're in a tag team. If you're going to do singles wrestling, then you've got to commit to that. I think the only real exception is someone like Kofi, who had been in WWE for so long, and he'd already had a singles run well before New Day. So it was just like his time, if you will. People like wanted to see Kofi because he'd been around for so long, and maybe Montez will get to that level one day. But no, I think probably more likely he would need to leave the Street Profits. Love hearing AJ's theme, said Jack. Liam said, big issue with unifying would be their hell-bent on Raw, SmackDown, Survivor Series. There's no words on... I mean, unifying, right, means putting the two titles onto one person. We spoke about this before, like Tyson Fury is trying to unify the heavyweight boxing division. He's not trying to create one belt. He's just trying to win all of the belts. If all of the belts go onto one person, then you've unified the division. You've brought all the belts onto one person, and you know that's what Roman did. Roman unified the WWE and the Universal by him having them both. They're both on him. The lineages, you know, are now, you know, both with Roman. But it doesn't mean that there's only one belt going forwards. It can do. It can mean that. But it doesn't have to. So, you know, the Usos unifying the tag belts would just mean that they've got both of them. So, I'm not expecting them to change the belts or for them to become one tag team championships or anything. So, they can have both belts, but by the time we get to Survivor Series, they could drop one set, drop both sets. And then Survivor Series would be fine. Right, Damien Priest against AJ Styles. I don't know if it comes across to you, but it does feel like a little bit of a lull to me. It feels like we're past WrestleMania. This is the time of year now where there's a lull. There is a little bit of a lull because all those big stories and all that big excitement for WrestleMania, you know, it's you have to start building up now for your kind of next stories, if you will. Happens every time. Happens every year where we go into these kind of summer months. I do think Money in the Bank helps. WrestleMania Backlash, don't know if it's that exciting. But Money in the Bank, that'll be the next big thing, really. Nice forearm by AJ. Damian Priest going into the Timekeepers area. They should give the Good Bros to reunite with AJ as faces, says Larry. This is the perfect time for Ciampa to debut. AJ Styles chant. Could you see WWE doing something silly and presenting the Unified Tag Champs one set of titles, same design, half blue, half red? No. I don't think they'll have one set of belts. Damien Priest down we go to commercial break. How do you think they'll make the mid-card titles relevant again? I think, well, they just need to defend them and have them in good feuds. I think you've got two great champions holding them. So you've got Finn Balor and you've got Ricochet. I think they're two very credible champions. You've just got to put them in good feuds, interesting stories, and you know, main event in Raws and main event in SmackDowns, and you know, using them on pay-per-views, and just get back to as it was. If every time you have an Intercontinental match, for example, it's one of the best matches you see, you will very quickly start looking forward to seeing those matches, and it will automatically make it a title worth watching. So, you know, it's quite easy to achieve, but it's just been so long since they've done it, to be honest. It's been so long since they've really put that kind of a focus onto it. Damian Priest has got makeup on his eyes. What football matches are you streaming on Friday, Saturday, Sunday? Kickoffs are all 3 p.m. as it's Easter. It's To be honest, I haven't looked. My focus has been on just getting back from being obviously not very well and setting up the Champions League, which I think is tomorrow. So I know that we've got Champions League tomorrow and Wednesday, and I really don't know about what we're doing like over the weekend yet. I'll have to have a look at that. Austin Theory is about to get the win. Is about to win the United States title and send Finn to irrelevancy. Who do you think Roman will face at Survivor Series? Way too far into the future. Way too far. Sam said, Days, do you think Finn Balor needs to bet all the United States Championship because he never lost the Universal? I feel like Vince keeps dogging the chance to turn that switch. Needs to better the United States Championship? Are you saying does he need to be the Universal or WWE? I mean, look, that's one that you can debate till the cows come home, can't you? I mean, Vince needs to back him. If Vince is not going to back Finn, then no, he doesn't. Because why would you want Finn Balor, that's being booked as badly as he is right now, holding any of the major belts? I mean, I don't. If he's going to be using the Demon and his stories are going to be engaging and it's going to all be fully supported, then yeah, then I'd be into it. But there's been no sign of or anything to suggest that Vince would do that. I mean, if you look back at Finn's recent history, he was the first person to take on Bray. He obviously lost that at SummerSlam in 2019. Then since then, he went down to NXT because there was nothing for him on the main roster. Then he came back up and came up as the Demon. It was an interesting story, but he was fed to Roman and then switched over brands, not used at the top of the card for Raw, and now he's just a mid-card champion. I mean, if they're going to bring him back and turn the heat back up on him, then yeah, I'd be open to doing something with him. But I feel sorry for him. It's not his fault. It's just I think that Vince has got other priorities, to be honest. I think Vince's other priority in 2022 has just been fully on board the Brock Roman train. And Finn Balor, as a result, has just been, lost in the shuffle. Could he be one of the guys that emerges now out of that wreckage? Maybe, but it can't be helpful that Cody's arrived. And it can't be helpful that AJ is now away from Amos. And you've got Seth around, so I don't know. I can't say that the future's looking brilliant for Finn Balor. I'm expecting just more of the same, to be honest. I think it'll be more of the same. But do you think we'll see Ezekiel tonight? I would think so. Yep. Larry said, for Survivor Series, one faction could be Samoans. I'm much more into that, actually. I miss the old school kind of Survivor Series where it wasn't just Raw SmackDown. I think someone had a graphic that looked great. It was Legacy against Bloodline, and I thought that looked brilliant. So it was Cody, Randy, and it was Cody, Randy, and Ted DiBiase coming back, taking on Roman and the Usos. And I was like, that looks brilliant. I was into that. I thought that was great. That excites me a lot more than just doing Raw versus SmackDown, Team Raw versus Team SmackDown for no reason. Bianca Belair is on the show tonight. She's taking on Queen Zelina. So we've got that happening tonight. Right now, we've got Damien Priest against AJ Styles. Who do you support in what, Alfie? In what? In football? If it's football, then it's Man United. Starbridge is my little sleepy town that I come from, that I support, and England, obviously. If it's in this match, then AJ Styles. Could we expect a round of post-WrestleMania talent cuts? We've seen them the past few years. Where's Gulak Mace gone? We've seen Gulak recently. Could we get some post-WrestleMania cuts? Maybe. I mean, we've had some big cuts in recent years, as you said, so I don't know. It makes it a bit tricky, doesn't it? We've had big cuts already. Do we need more? That's, you know, as NXT stars get called up, then you would think they might look to cut a few people. So there is, sadly, always potential. But if this was a year where they didn't do it, I equally wouldn't be surprised because we've let so many people go. Damien Priest with a high kick and he goes into the middle of the ring. He puts his arms out and the lights are being turned off. The spotlight comes on. It's a bit silly for the middle of a match. Okay, that's silly. I don't even know what that was. Middle of a match, he kicks AJ to the outside. The lights get turned off, and then there's like a single purple spotlight as he just looks out at the crowd. WTF was that all about? Don't know. Stupid! Days, what's your favorite WWE superstar? Right now, I will say Cody. Say Cody. I'm really into the Cody going after the title story. So I'm really into that. It's funny because I wasn't overly crazy about Cody in AEW. But I'm not sure that his stories like ever really grabbed me. And then I really enjoyed when he was getting booed by the crowd. And I used to look forward to seeing him getting booed. But actually, I mean, I think everyone knows I love old school wrestling. So I love like late 80s, early 90s. That's when I first got into it. That is, I get asked a lot, what's your favorite era? And it's that era, you know, it's WrestleMania 5, it's WrestleMania 6, it's WrestleMania 7. It's all around that time. And I think, you know, seeing, like, that little link back to Dusty, I know that's way before that era, like, going back to 77. But, you know, seeing Dusty with that belt and, you know, the fact that the Rhodes family have which I did know the Rhodes family had never won the WWE title. But I actually didn't know that Dusty had fought for it and won the match by count-out. I didn't know that. So, yeah, like that whole backstory I think is super interesting. And anything that kind of shines that light pre-WrestleMania, any storyline that's going to shine a little light into those dark corners of WWE before WrestleMania, going back to the 70s or anything, like, you know, even just hearing like superstar Billy Graham being mentioned on Raw is like pretty special. Because he's a former WWE champion. He's super interesting because he was like, wore tie-dye, really bright colours. He looked like Hulk Hogan before Hogan was around. Hogan was inspired by superstar Billy Graham. And he was so before his time, superstar Billy Graham. He was, imagine Hulk Hogan before Hogan. That's what Billy Graham was. And, you know, he had blonde hair. He had incredible physique, and he was the WWE champion, WWF champion back in the late 70s. So, I mean, even just like hearing his name getting mentioned on Raw, you go like, oh, this is insane. And it's all because of the story they're telling about Dusty and, you know, all of that. And I'm so into this story. Can't wait to watch it unfold as he tries for the belt, and, you know, we will get to the point where he has the title match. And I don't know if he wins it the first time, or whether they're going to screw him out of it, or, you know, how many obstacles they're going to put in his way. But I'm going to really enjoy the journey. So I would say Cody, what they're doing with Cody at the moment is my favorite. So I don't understand what we just witnessed. It was quite frightening. Is that it? So the match has ended. What is this BS? Yeah, thanks. Look at AJ's face, man. He's got marks all over it. AJ's getting battered. AJ's got, like, marks and cuts and all over his face. I don't know how many times he's walked into the entrance way. Obviously, he famously did at WrestleMania, which caused a cut on the side of his face. I thought this was going to be our main event. I didn't realise it was going to take us from hour 1 into hour 2. Miz against Cody then, after we were just singing his praises. We go over to the match. I thought about it. Do you think it would be an interesting story to tell between Solo Sikoa and Roman? You can tell an interesting story, yeah, because obviously the family connection. I think Solo Sikoa's got a way to go, though. Still trying to kind of find his feet, isn't he, down in NXT? Boos for The Miz. And here comes Cody. Where is Brock Lesnar? Oh, well, I think he's back in his farm, Saskatchewan. Weird, isn't it? We've got to go through the entrance again, yeah? Gives the weight belt to a kid in the front row that had a Cody sign. I wish that kid had thrown it back. I wish that kid had thrown it back. I'm ready for Asuka and Io Shirai, says a sign. Yes, I'm ready for that as well. Right, we've got Miz in the ring in his, I think, WrestleMania attire, yellow. Crowd were singing along. So this is the second match that we're seeing for Cody. Cody did have a dark match against Kevin Owens last week's Raw, but that was never shown. Here's Seth Rollins. Seth freaking Rollins, and you can see that Cody's looking a little bit concerned. Seth freaking Rollins is making his way out. So Seth looks like he's going to be making his way to commentary. I'm sure there's a chair next to Jerry, the King Lawler. The pyro for Cody's entrances has been interesting, like no consistency. Did someone say dead crowd? I don't know. I think the crowd's been pretty good. Way better than last week. Right, we're underway between Cody and The Miz. Drop kick by Cody. Miz goes to the outside. Cody going against the ropes as Miz moves out the way. If someone at 2K was smart, they would do everything in their power to get Cody into the game ASAP, said Jim. Jim, hope you're well. I think Seth is a face. That entrance has to be proof. No. People have always enjoyed singing his new theme song, and he came dancing his way down as he always does. 1, 2, kick out. Press ups by Cody in the ring and kicks to The Miz. So much pyro, budget cuts need to be made now, said Justin. Right, we are underway with Miz and Cody, and we are done with our first hour of Raw. It's felt a really weird show. I don't know if it's me. I don't know if I'm still, like, coming back out of, like, obviously not being quite 100% yet, but it's felt like a really weird show. Like, I don't feel like there's been loads of comedy. It could probably do with a little bit of comedy on it, actually. Maybe Seth's bringing that comedy right now with what he's wearing. Against the ropes goes Miz. There's been loads of Cody. His little interview with The Miz took up about the first 25 minutes, and then about half an hour or so later, here we are with the match. Cody back up to his feet. Cody is being laid down by The Miz. Headlock applied. Seth isn't actually saying anything on commentary. He's just kind of sat there. He's got his feet on the table. Big right hand by Cody. And again, driving The Miz back. Oof. Big chop. Big chop coming in. Cody going over in the corner. He goes up on the outside. Big boot. Cody to the outside. Cody. Seth goes clothes shopping at Bed Bath & Beyond, said Dark Angel. Miz Cody segment at the beginning had some. I'd be surprised if Seth doesn't provide some more comic relief. Are you from Newcastle upon Tyne? No. Seth is just chilling, watching the match, said Jack. I can see Roman versus Seth Cody triple threat at SummerSlam, says Liam. Can you imagine if WWE changed Cody's entrance music? They're probably not allowed. I don't know if it's in the contract or not. But I know when he came back, he said it needed to be his name. It needed to be that music. Whether it was just a handshake or put in the contract, I don't know. What's the official call for that AJ Styles match versus Damien Priest? It's got to be a no contest. That's all I can imagine. I don't know. I mean, I have no idea, but I mean, what did Damien Priest do? We never got to see because it was commercial break. Did Damien Priest just after he went down to like one knee and the lights went out and everything, did he just get up and walk away? Because then at that point, technically, it could be a count out. It could be that equally, like, AJ might not have got back into the ring in time, and so Damian Priest could have won by a count out. I have no idea what the official result of that match was. Not a clue, because we went to commercial break, and when we came back, the match had ended, and AJ was backstage, so it's never actually announced. So stupid. That's the side of, like, WWE I flipping hate. Just doesn't. So stupid. There was no need to do that. There was no benefit to it as well. I didn't see a single person in the chat going, "Wow, this is cool. This is really cool. Wow." Like, they turned the lights out and they did that during the match. What? No, everyone's like, "What was that? It's dumb. Stupid." I don't understand how that gets written down on a script and actually makes it to the show. I don't understand. I don't understand how it gets written down. Whoever actually wrote that down as the finish for that match should be ashamed of themselves. But then equally, I don't know how it doesn't get stopped. Maybe it wasn't the end, and perhaps it's something Vince put in. I'm not sure. Perhaps it's because they both need the win or something, and so, like, this is the way they got out the match or something, Like, AJ needs the win, but so does Damian Priest, so let's just have Damian Priest go down to one knee and we'll go to a commercial break. I don't know. I'd say that's the low point of Raw so far. Seth cannot be a face with the face he has, says Larry. When will the officials allow Mandy Rose to challenge either Belair or Charlotte? She's got to come up from NXT first. Right, we are back underway with Cody and Miz. And kick to the side of the head by Miz. Miz in control. Big overhand left as Cody pushes the Miz. Cody's telling the Miz to come on. He grabs him by the leg. Clothesline. Miz goes down. Gets the ropes goes Cody. Miz goes down again. He picks up the Miz. He's going to look for power slam. Boom. 1, 2. Shoulder up by the Miz. Shoulder up by the Miz. We're about 20 minutes away from halftime scores. We've got MVP's VIP Lounge coming up. So special guest is obviously Amos. Suicide dive by Cody, but didn't look very good. Throws the Miz back into the ring. Cody climbing up. Jumps over the top of the Miz. Drop kick. That was nice. That was nice. Drop kick right to the knee by the Miz. Figure 4 applied. Yeah, that's nice. Cody Rhodes in agony here as the Miz has applied a figure 4. Not the first time a Rhodes has been in a figure 4. Cody chants. Crowd are into it as Cody's trying to get over to the ropes. Jerry Lawler's like he's trying to take the coward's way out by getting to the ropes. 2 count. Cody in a lot of pain. These two slapping away at each other as this figure 4 is still applied. Cody's trying to turn it over. He's trying to reverse the pressure. Crowd are feeling it, and he does reverse the pressure. Miz trying to get over to the ropes himself now. Can I just say how good Jerry the King Lawler is? Jerry the King Lawler is so good on commentary. He was just saying about how Cody was trying to get to the ropes and it's the coward's way out. And he's like, drag him back to the center, Miz. Drag him back to the center. And as soon as it was reversed over, he's screaming for the Miz to get to the ropes. So good. The only problem with Jerry Lawler is you do always worry that one of the jokes is like old school. He's going to get into trouble for it. But as a one-off, like welcome back, it's brilliant to have him back. Cody Cutter applied. Cody Cutter on Miz. Looking for the crossroads. There it is. 1, 2, 3. Cody wins. Cody wins. That's why we miss Jerry. There we go, Cody. Very good. Good little match. It's perfectly fine for Raw. Crowds on their feet. Cody walking over to the corner. Smile on his face. Cody wins. Thought this match would have been longer. Also, we've got Alpha Academy RK-Bro. Guess we get Belair next, the tag match. But honestly, what is the main event supposed to be? Don't know. Cody Miz, Dominic Veer, Usos RK-Bro. I mean, that won't be... I don't think that's a match. Priest AJ. Sasha, Naomi, Liv, Rhea. I can't imagine that'll be the main event. Don't know. It's madness, isn't it? How we're an hour and 15 minutes into this show and we don't know what the main event's going to be. Here's Seth. Seth's gone into the ring. Seth's in the ring as Cody was celebrating. Cody. I heard all the kind things you had to say about me. I heard you throw out the word rematch. You was a surprise opponent. You had every single advantage. That's a fair point. Seth laughing. Here's what I'm thinking. Rollins versus Rhodes. Part 2. What did you say, Mr. Nightmare? Yes. Yes. Cody says yes. Rollins versus Rhodes Part 2. He hasn't said when, but I'm guessing it's WrestleMania Backlash. Seth's dancing all around Cody here. Anyone really think Seth didn't know that it was Cody? What's this? Ah, okay, here's Ezekiel. So we're seeing Ezekiel last week. I went into that match with a pretty bad back injury, says Kevin Owens. And here's Ezekiel. I am not Elias. I'm Elias's younger brother, Ezekiel. So, there we go. We've got Ezekiel, who arrived last week. I don't know what we're going to get this week from Ezekiel. Ladies and gentlemen, newest member. Oh, Tommaso Ciampa. Hey. Tommaso's here. Oh, here's Ezekiel. I'm Elias's younger brother. It's nice to meet you. I like this. That's Elias. Kevin Owens is here to point out that is Elias. Don't get fooled. Stop lying. I'm sorry, Kev. You're mistaken. Don't listen to him. That's Elias. That's Ezekiel. That's Elias's younger brother. Why are you doing this? It's pretty fun. He was wearing a Dusty Rhodes t-shirt. Kevin Owens. That's pretty fun as well. I don't mind that. I don't mind everyone acknowledging Ezekiel as Ezekiel and Kevin Owens like just driving him insane. I think you can get some humor out of that. Right, we've got Liv Morgan. Liv. Oh. I thought we were getting the tag match. God damn, she's trying to build more momentum. God damn it. Stupid momentum. I'd imagine we're going to get Usos interfering in the RK-Bro Alpha Academy match, and then main event will be Usos RK-Bro Unification. I don't think they'll do that match this week. I think if you was going to do that match, you would build it. Do you know what I mean? Like next week, kind of both titles on the line. I don't know that you'd just chuck it together. Do you think Shelton and Cedric should get involved with Bobby or Moss MVP? Nah, they're dead. They're dead. I'm just not interested in them two at all. Just never really brought... I mean, like, Shelton and Cedric are perfectly fine wrestlers, but, God, find something else for them to do. This whole, in the Hurt business, out the Hurt business, in the Hurt business, out the Hurt business, with Bobby, not with Bobby, like, I'm personally over it. I would very much find something else for them to do. Rhea, early turn on Liv, said a deal. Ledge Killer, shout out to you. This whole Elias Ezekiel thing is dumb, said Jim. What happened to the tag team championship match? I have no idea. I was under the impression that's what we were getting this week. But then saying that, I was under the impression we were getting Rey Mysterio against Veer. We didn't get that either. So, it seems like plans are changing. Changing. I just want to have a look, see if it was announced beforehand. Because I was certainly under the impression it was a women's title match. Yeah, certainly. Yeah. Yeah, it was written there. That was yesterday. Who walks out with the WWE Women's Tag Titles tomorrow night on Raw when Sasha Banks and Naomi defend against Rhea Ripley and Liv? Well, that never happened. Talking of fun things that never happened, there's Rey Mysterio and Veer. So, card subject to change. What match? Rhea said she got them a title match for tonight last week. No, she didn't. Hilarious stuff between Owens, Ezekiel, and Ciampa. Chomp's believing it's not Elias, it's Ezekiel. How many more RK-Bro Alpha Academy matches must we sit through, Days? Haven't you gotten tired of this match? Sure. Yeah, I have. I don't know. We know what's coming, though, so I'm all right with it. Because we know that it's going to be RK-Bro Usos that's coming, so... Right, they're just showing all this WrestleMania social media stuff. WrestleMania 38 sets WWE social media records. God, comparing it to the Super Bowl, I think is so cringe. I really think that's cringe. Because the Super Bowl's just one day, whereas WrestleMania's 2 days. So does that mean that you double the Super Bowl numbers? Because a lot of those numbers for the Super Bowl, if you double them, then it beats WrestleMania. Okay, so I'm just trying to see why we've got this match and where Rhea is. I don't know where Rhea is. So then on SmackDown, Liv got the victory over Sasha Banks. Okay. Here comes Naomi. Don't question those stats. Would you say that Cody Miz match delivered, considering it was a Raw match? I would say all the hype was warranted, and it was actually one of Miz's better fights recently. I thought it was fine. I don't think it really was anything, like, mind-blowing. But I thought, like, as a Raw match, it was entertaining. Yeah, I thought it was fine. I thought it was a highlight of the show so far, definitely. Here's Sasha and Naomi then. Ciampa rolled his eyes when Kevin Owens said, "I hate liars." Okay, so Naomi has made her way down to the ring. She's on the outside of the ring, jumping inside, feeling the glow. Tell you what, this... one for the simps. Got Liv in there. You got Sasha on the outside. Does Naomi have simps? I'm not sure. I think she's got... I think there's a lot of people that respect her. I respect Naomi. Against the ropes goes Naomi. Against the ropes again over the top of Liv. Liv against the ropes. Naomi jumping over the top. Looking for a hip toss. Doesn't get it. Flips over. Naomi lands on her feet. Duck underneath by Liv. She ducks twice. Liv going over into the corner. Naomi charging over. Liv jumps out the way. Down goes Liv. Naomi charging over. Head scissor takeover by Liv. Liv charging over. Naomi moves out the way. Goes for a kick. Liv goes down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Sasha's in like an orange outfit. She looks nice. Sloppy cradle. Duck underneath again. Oh, love that slide on the knees by Naomi. They both go to enziguri each other at the same time. I kind of like that spot. I like that spot if it was to be in a pay-per-view. Imagine if they'd had a war, and then they both go for the enziguri at the same time. Like they're both trying to outmaneuver each other, and by trying to outmaneuver each other, they end up doing the same move at the same time. Like, I kind of like that story. Doesn't really work so much here though, in like a couple of minute match. Powerbomb. Powerbomb by Naomi. 1, 2. Reversal. Reversal again by Naomi. 2, 3. Naomi pins Liv. Why did they do that? Why did they do that? They had to beat Sasha and then lose to Naomi. 50-50 booking. Why have we done that? I thought for certain Liv was winning this. For certain I thought she was winning this. Liv needs to beat Naomi to get the women's tag title match at Backlash. Oh. Well, she didn't. Do you think Usos will beat RK-Bro? Nah. I'll go no. I think Lesnar is done for a few months. Naomi pinned Liv, yeah? Yeah. 50-50 booking, it's what WWE does. That's true. That's true. Don't even know why I'm surprised. Goddamn. Is there a way that we can buck it 50-50? Here's Lash. Here's Bibbs. Bibbs making his way down. Bib, bib. Bib, 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 bib. Bibby. Bib, 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 bib. Right. We should be at halftime scores. We'll do it at the next commercial break. Start thinking about them. The almighty Bibby Lashley making his way down. Who's he facing? So, Bibby getting inside the ring. He's in wrestling attire, so we're getting a match. Days, how far do you see Amos going? Is he closer to Giant Gonzalez or the Big Show? Oh, he's closer to Giant Gonzalez. Definitely. How far do I see him going? Well, I think that him being put with a talker is definitely going to be the most... is going to be the best thing we could have done. Where he is right now, the best thing you could have done with Amos is give him a mouthpiece, give him a manager. Because not only does it mean that MVP can come down and talk about how amazing Amos is, it also means that Amos doesn't have to do the talking. That's going to help. But also, you're constantly getting that reminder of how tall he is. When you see MVP standing next to a Moss, like, it's only going to make a Moss even. It's hard to gauge how big a Moss is until he's actually next to someone. So it serves quite a few purposes. And I think just presentation-wise, optics going to look really great. Having someone telling you, it always helps if someone's constantly going on about how amazing something is. I've said before, like, if there was an advert saying this is the best pen in the world, you need this pen, it'll never let you down. Like, it's constantly got ink, it's so smooth to write with, it's won all these awards. Like, eventually I'm going to want that pen. Because I'm, like, constantly a slave to, like, that kind of advertising. And same here, like, if MVP constantly is going on about how Amos is the most destructive force and how we're all overlooking him and how we need to start paying attention and look at the size of him, look at the damage that he can cause. There's not another superstar on this roster that can cause the damage or inflict the kind of pain that Amos can inflict. And we are looking at a future WWE champion. Just like that constant reminder. There's no one's been doing that for him. And that will get through. So, yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. Actually, wrestling-wise, he's closer to Giant Gonzalez. But this is probably the best thing they could have done. He's in there with Bobby. Now, he lost to Bobby. Again, it's hard to know where this feud is going. It's really hard to know. Get in your halftime scores. Get in your halftime scores. It's it is the VIP lounge. Let me change this over. I think it's a really hard one to score. Legend Killer says 6. Let Him In says 6. I actually have that pen, said Dark Angel. I would buy it. I would definitely buy it. Off the Top said 675. Stone 9540 says 5. Yeah, getting your scores. 7, 525, 7.6, 6.25, 8, 6.5, 9, 6, 7, 7, 2, 5, 5, 7.5, 7, 5, 7, 5, 7, 6, 2, 7, 9. SmackDown got 2.2 million. 7, 6.22, 5.5, 6, 6.8, 6.25, 5, 6, 4, 6, 6.25. Bray Wyatt signed to MCW. I don't even know what that is. 5.5, 6.25, 6, 6.9, 9.7, 6, 5, 6. Loads of sixes. Jean with a 3. Oh, here we go. They weren't there when he got in before. Have they just set that up? We've got Bobby in the ring with some sofas. I decided to just invite myself onto the VIP lounge. So Bobby is in the ring. Last week should have been a celebration. He said he went to hell and back against Amos. He's not a good talker, Bobby. What? So Bobby is talking at the moment. I don't need him, like, telling me this story. I just want him, like, screaming for Amos. He should be screaming for Amos, screaming for MVP. He should be trashing this place. Not just sat on a sofa, just like, I got stabbed in the back with the one person I thought I could trust. What? So now I need him to come out here so that, oh, God. He should be like, Amos, get out here. trashing the place. It's like story time with Bobby Lashley. Get your sleeping bags, guys. Yeah, good. There we go. Amos. Amos making his way out. They put Amos in a suit. Don't mind that. It's better than what he looked like before. Bobby, Bobby, Bobby. If you destroy any of my property... Amos is back wearing a suit. Yeah, I don't mind him in a suit. Amos is learning to be a businessman? You need to put some respect on my name. You should all be saying thank you, MVP. Booze raining down from the audience. You know that had to be custom made. You deserve an explanation. When I came back, you was floundering. That is true, actually. He was floundering before MVP came back. That is true. It was me that helped you unlock your potential. You think you don't need me? You didn't want to share your WrestleMania spotlight with me? MVP just keeps saying I made you. I made you. You did what you do best. You latched on to your next meal ticket. So he's saying, like, you didn't make me. You milked me. Well, I don't know that he did that. I mean... You don't need me. That's okay. That's the past. This is the present. And I'm looking at the future. He's looking at Amos. He's bigger than you. That's a better name. The Colossal Amos is better than just Amos. The Colossal Amos. They should change. They should add that. If they're going to put freaking in Seth freaking Rollins' name, they should add the Colossal to the start of Amos's name. You think you're tough because you're standing behind the giant? Bobby said, as soon as I'm done with the Moss, I'm coming for you, MVP. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Oh, man, look at that. Wow, chucking the sofa over. I mean, that does not look light, that sofa. MVP is incredible on the mic. MVP is the mic piece that Amos needed. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, here we go. We've got Dana and Reggie. Oh, yeah, forgot that they proposed. Dana and Reggie from a couple of weeks ago. She can't believe it. She can't believe it. And there was Tamina. And then there was Tozawa. So are we getting, like, the weddings now? Yes. That was the most beautiful moment in the history of WWE. Tozawa. Where are we? Players Club. R-Truth and Tozawa leaving the Players Club. Looks like Reggie just left in the background as well. Best bachelor party ever. So they're on a bachelor party. It's all good. Okay, so Dana and Tamina are having a bachelorette party. Okay, so they're going to the bachelorette party. Okay. Wrestling weddings always go so well, said Miss Clown One. Here is Bianca. She's taking on Queen Zelina, isn't she? Bianca Belair versus Queen Zelina. Queen Zelina. The comedy this week is good, said Darcy. This is awesome. Most beautiful moment was when Uncle Elmer married his sweetheart. Uncle Elmer. What a sexy man he was. Are you streaming NXT AEW this week? I have no idea, to be honest. I think probably we'll see. Is Kane still married to Lita? Is Kane still married to Lita? Let's say yes. I thought Bianca was taking a break. I'm surprised. Well, her eye I haven't seen her eye, actually. It must have settled back down now. It's probably still... It's got to still be showing, though, hasn't it? Even a week later, I'd imagine that it's still pretty moody. The comedy is amazing. The better part of the show this week being brought down by the rest of the show, which is a strange turn. Bianca's eye is much better, says Wayne. People tried to dab up Bianca, but she ignored them. Matt, shout out to you. When you ask for someone's name, you're essentially asking them what noise you should make to get their attention. Exclusive News Insider, shout out to you. Right, we are 1 hour, 14 minutes away from the end of the show. It's a weird show, this one. I really can't... I don't know, it might be me. It's just weird. I mean, we've seen bad Raws, we've seen great Raws, we've seen good Raws, we've seen horrific Raws. This one has got a little bit of mixture of everything in it, to be honest. And, like, you've got some... I think the end of that Damien Priest match is horrific, right? If you want to know where the horrific thing is, I think not knowing how that match ends because lights go out and Damien Priest is just on his knee and he's got a little grin on his face. I think that sucks. Then I think, like, you know, there's some really good stuff, like the Cody match. Thought the Cody match was really good. Then you've got, like, some bizarre stuff, like, I don't really get why Liv Morgan... First of all, I don't know why we didn't get the women's tag match. Instead, we got Liv against Naomi. It wasn't very long, and Liv loses after she beat Sasha on Friday. Like, I just find that strange. So we've got some good stuff. We got some bad stuff. We got some strange stuff. It's like it's a really weird show, this one. I find it weird. Normally, if it's a bad show, it's just a bad show. If it's a good show, it's normally a good show. It's quite rare that we get, like, a show like this where there's, like, you know, there's some really good stuff, some really bad stuff. Like, it's weird. It's weird. Finding it a weird week. Speaking of Drew, I heard he might be a face for a long time, just like Cena. Matt said, I didn't turn on Raw until right now, and I can definitely tell that it's definitely sucks. Well, it's a bit all over the place, to be honest. As I said, there's been some good stuff. There's been some bad stuff. There's been some slightly strange stuff. It's 50-50 booking. Welcome back to Bruce Pritchard's half-ass booking pattern. Zachary said that's why the show averages at about a 5 out of 10. How was UFC 273? It was not the electrifying show that UFC London was, but it was a good crowd. There was some really good fights. Legit, Burns against Chimaev might be fight of the year. It was wonderful. Volkanovski against Korean Zombie was very one-sided. And Aljamain Sterling with a big upset over Jan. I don't know if you saw, but he tweeted out an apology form and asked everyone to fill it in for him. Okay. He's going up against Finn Balor for the United States Championship. Has he changed his name to just Theory now? So Kevin Owens wants to prove that that is Elias. That's the funniest part of this show so far. How about I put him through a lie detector test? Yeah. Yeah. So. Sonya's got Bianca's first challenger for the title, and I don't know if she's going to make her way out to reveal it. But, yeah, Kevin Owens was like, can we get all the files on Ezekiel? I need to prove that he is Elias. He's like, I need, like, his application form. I need his library card. I need all this stuff. And they're like, that's all confidential. And Kevin Owens is like, his library card is confidential. It's like, that was pretty good. I like that. And I think it's just Theory now. It's a bit weird. Just another example of a first name being lost. Lie detector test next week. Could be a fun segment. Could also be an awful segment. Those are the kind of segments that, you know, Bobby Lashley's sisters. Those kind of things, like an Ezekiel lie detector, it could go either way. With Kevin Owens involved, though, I would think it'd probably go well. Kevin Owens is the flipping man. Belair has got a match. Then Sonya will reveal her first challenger. Oh, hail the Queen. Oh, hail the Queen. Queen Zelina making her way down. Queen Zelina. Kevin Owens is so good. I really like Carmella's wedding dress. I feel liberated, says Zelina. All hail the next Raw Women's Champion. Here we go then. Queen Zelina has made her way into the ring, and it's going to be Bianca against Queen Zelina. EST chants. We've got Underground bin all over it. I know what the Raw is missing. Shoosh. Shoosh. Well, apparently that's coming up. Alpha Academy and RK-Bro. So you'll get some shooshage. Shoosh. One, two, shoulder up by Bianca. And there's a little advert in the corner for RK-Bro against Alpha Academy. Who do you think the first challenger will be? I wonder if it'll be Becky. I wonder if they'll just give the rematch to Becky. I mean, it'd be great if it's going to be a nice little surprise, like a return in Asuka or a Bayley or someone, but... She's got back up. She gets Zelina off her back. Big boot to the midsection. Looks like Queen Zelina wants to really become the champion of Raw Women's Division by becoming the new Raw Women's Champion. Kick to the midsection by Bianca. RK-Bro Alpha Academy match 3000. Nice. She's got Zelina up. I mean, that's not that impressive because Zelina is tiny, but still she was squatting while she had her up in the air. She's looking for the KOD. There we go. Hits it. That'll do it. 1, 2, 3. So, victory for Bianca. We should find out now. Scout said, I know this is a wrestling stream, but can we talk about aliens? Go for it, mate. If you want to talk aliens, go for it. I would imagine that quite a few in the chat have got opinions on aliens. But at the moment, we got Sonya coming down with her little... with her information. Scientist ended up getting it on, apparently unknown at the time. Muscles and most squash match now, 4.5. She just got bodied. Zelina can't decide if she's from England or the Bronx. Yeah, who do you think it's gonna be? I'm gonna say Becky. I'm gonna say Becky. They might have teased something, but they might be teasing something, but I think it'll still be Becky. Bailey. It's gonna be Sonya. Why commercial now? To get you to come back afterwards. Perfect time for a commercial now. I need more ads. Wayne said Bailey is back. Becky might be Lacey, Shotzi. It's gonna be Sonya. It's gonna be a heel Asuka. It'd be great if it is a surprise like that. It'd be great. So Sonya's gonna be the next opponent. Asuka, Bailey, Becky. Right, well, we've got an hour to go. Bailey, Dewdrop, Bailey. It's been all over Twitter at Carmella's wedding. Bailey or Asuka. Bailey is still hurt. Looks like Zelina is back in the jobber role. Right, well, we are at commercial break. They're making us wait on this one. It's going to be Rick Boogs. Boogs. It's going to be Hornswoggle. It's going to be the Fabulous Moolah. It's going to be Charlotte. It's going to be Linda. It's going to be Nikita Lyons. It's going to be Io Shirai. It's going to be Dewdrop's little sister. It's going to be Brandy Rhodes. It's going to be Nikki Bella. It's going to be AJ Lee. It's going to be Tessa Blanchard. It's going to be Britt Baker. It's going to be Jada Pinkett Smith. It's going to be Beyonce. It's going to be Billie Eilish. It's going to be JoJo Siwa. It's going to be James Ellsworth. It's going to be Mae Young. It's going to be Mae Young's hand. It's going to be Mick Foley in a dress. It's going to be Eva Marie. It's going to be Bret Hart. Here we go. Last week you got an eye injury. It's going to be Shrek. Let me help me applaud your new Raw Women's Champion. Yeah. Okay. Just firing up the crowds. Here it comes. Let's get down to business. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to be honest. All right. You've got big time Bex. You've got Rhea Ripley and Carmella. You've got Alexa Bliss. Liv Morgan. It does make you think that it won't be any of these if she's mentioning them. Yeah, so who is it? Yeah. Yeah. She's the strongest, fastest, roughest, toughest, bravest. It's going to be Ezekiel. Let's do it. Yeah. Open contract. Yeah. So there's not a name on it. I see what you're doing. So she's going to sign an open contract. Don't understand. So who's she facing? Oh. Generational superstar. Lacey. Lacey? Feels like it's Lacey. Oh, Sonya. Sonya with a chop block. So it's Sonya? Oh, I like that. Yeah, I don't mind that at all, actually. I don't mind that. Your next opponent is me? Sonya Deville is going to sign the... yeah, I don't mind that. I don't mind that. Abusing her position. Look, she holds up the Raw Women's Championship. Look, Adam Pearce has come down. What the flip? She did say, leave it with me. Yeah, that was good. That's a highlight of this show. I like that. Yeah. I thought it was going to be Lacey when she was talking about how she's... a year ago, she said she was going to go after the title, and I was thinking, well, wasn't it about a year ago she was with Ric Flair, and she was going after Charlotte's belt, and... Jennifer said, I had Patience yelling at co-worker. Had a patient yelling at a co-worker today. I came around the corner and shooshed the angry guy. Then gave a thank you. Peeved him off, but I'm not one that backs down or dropped my smirk. Jennifer, shout out to you. An example of a shooshing in real life. Shoosh. Very good. Jennifer, I hope you're well. Shoosh. Real life shooshage. Oh, here's the Los Lotharios. We got Tamina, we got Dana. Kiss cam. Kiss, 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 kiss. Dana seemed to enjoy that. Nikki ASH. Okay, we've got a couple of guys. Oh my God, one of them was a ref. Tamina saves. Oh God, it's all happening now. The Bachelor guys have arrived. Nikki's on top of the bar, getting thrown into loads of stuff. R-Truth's on the bar, screaming and shouting. It's carnage. Nikki ASH in the background. No one loves that 24/7 title more than me. It's the love. Marriaging guy. Okay. Reverend Truth. Next week. They're getting married next week. Okay, so they're going to get married next week. Okay. 24/7 championship is funny, but it's a bad-looking belt. How can a segment be that bad, said Virtual Fat. Here's RK-Bro. Right, RK-Bro making the way down. RK-Bro. Double wedding. This is Alpha. Shoosh. Shoosh. Tell me I did not just watch that. It was 24/7 nonsense. But R-Truth had a couple of fun lines in there. When he called himself, what did he call himself? The marriaging guy. And yeah, there's a couple of little bits. Right, RK-Bro making their way down. What the flip is the main event, says Moldy. Perhaps I haven't got one. Or perhaps this is about to be a 52-minute match. R-Truth is a hero. There's good storytelling and comedy this week. I love a good story, said Darcy. So, what's the main event? Don't know. Don't know. Right. How long we got? 50 minutes to go. There won't be a main event state. No main event, guys. Don't deserve one. Don't deserve a main event. Everyone is expecting Orton to turn on Riddle, but what if it's the other way around? Orton has turned heel so many times, it should be Riddle that turns on Orton. R-Truth is the #1 marriaging guy. Shoosh. Right, well, we are at commercial break, and we will be getting some shooshage. Champions League tomorrow. Very much looking forward to that. Weren't the Usos supposed to come to Raw? Yes, and they should be here. But they're only meant to be coming over to, like, challenge, not for the actual match. So I am expecting them to make their presence be felt. So they could come out and go onto commentary. Usos' interference is going to make it a triple tag main event, said a deal. Shoosh. First is Naomi. Now it's the EST of WWE. Is Sonya a racist, says LD Cool. I seriously hate that shoosh. James. Shoosh. Shoosh. Shoosh, 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 shoosh. Something to do, innit? Something to say. Shoosh. Instead of Monday Night Raw, we should call it Monday Night Commercial. Yeah. Shoosh. Bloodline versus Nakamura and RK-Bro at Hell in a Cell. Who is your favourite and least favourite women and men on Raw? Favorite, Cody. Least favorite. Trying to think of someone that comes out, and when they come out, I'm just like, oh, God, Dominic. There we go, Dominic. Cody favorite. Dominic least favorite. Women. Maybe Bianca. Least favorite. Probably Tamina. Tamina's dull. Go with that. Right, we are back. I'm not going to shoosh. Robert. Shoosh! WWE has painted themselves into a corner with Roman. Monday Night Rollins. 2 weeks till Fury White. Can't wait. Main event will be Roman telling us to stay tuned to SmackDown. Not Asuka. I don't know what show she's on. She's been away for so long. I don't know if she's on Raw or SmackDown. She's a free agent at the moment. It'll be 100% Asuka when she gets back. So we're just seeing Sonya. Oh, who's Sonya? Abuse of power. Who the hell do you think you are? I'm going to shock the world when I beat Bianca Belair. There's nothing to get away with. I made it official. And you can't stop me. Don't be jealous. Well, she's a right madam, isn't she? She's a right madam. Sheesh. Here's Alpha Academy. Otis and Gable. Sheesh. Rollins is better than literally everyone else. Aaron said, I hope you are well. My sister graduated from college today. Very cool. Very cool. Big day. So he's earned his master's degree. Doesn't look like my genius rubbed off on any of you idiots. Shush. Shush. Shush, please. Shush. How you feeling? I'm feeling all right. I'm at about 90-odd%. Shush. Okay, so Gable's just cutting a promo at the moment as he's making his way down. Ooh, Gable Steveson getting a mention. He had a gold medal. Big deal. I've got a gold brain. He's got a gold brain. His whole brain's made of gold. Look, you can tell Randy Orton is just... He's struggling. That is the face of confidence. We're seeing the face of confidence, and that face is Otis. Sheesh. Thank you. Chad Gable is the best part of the night, said JDE. Would you be into an alien storyline in WWE? No, thank you. Gable Stevenson might turn heel and join Alpha Academy. C Shop 06, shout out to you. Are you enjoying the show? I mean, it's been a real mixed bag, mate. It's been a real mixed bag. I mean, I think there's been some good stuff. I think there's been some bad stuff. I enjoyed Sonya attacking Bianca. And I enjoyed the Cody match. I thought the opening promo was quite intriguing as well. I would say those have been the highlights. And then, there's been the odd little moment, whatever. And then there's been a few bad things. So I would say it's come down on last week's show. Last week, you didn't know what to expect. This feels like we've hit the reset, if you will, and we're rebuilding. You know what I mean? This is a Raw that very much feels like WrestleMania season is over. Let's put it that way. That's how it comes across. Scout says, "Why not? Why not? What not? Why not alien storylines?" No. I like my wrestling to be like UFC. Two teams or two people going at it, trying to figure out who's the best. Give me the Bianca Sonya story. Give me the Cody Rhodes going for the title story. I don't need aliens. I don't need supernatural stuff. That's where I get off the hype train. Right, we've got Riddle in there with it's against the ropes. Riddle goes down. NXT title match tomorrow. What about a genetically superior wrestler by scientists? I could vibe with that. If we were to be shown inside the lab and there was a scientist that you could see is like saying, we've done it, we've cracked it. I think we're ready to try it on a human experiment now or something, and it was kind of based, it's got a foot in reality. I could vibe with that. I wouldn't want them to be getting like superpowers though, but if they're like genetically stronger as a result of some that some scientist has come up with. Because if you think about it, like steroids is something that's been created by mankind. Steroids don't just grow on a tree. So, like, that's something that a scientist created that would give you that super strength. Do you know what I mean? So it's not... I wouldn't see that as being, like, out there. Scout said, just one time, that's all I ask. Blaze Radio said, I'm an alien. Do you still like me? Oh, sure. I got nothing against aliens. I think they exist. I mean, there's so many planets out there and so many worlds like our own in, spread across the universe that you'd have to say it was lightly. But I don't think I'm at the point where we have, like, I could have an alien in WWE. If you want to see generically altered human, then I could take my shirt off, says Scout. I mean, I might just keep it to, like, whatever Vince gives me for now. But thank you. Thank you. What about a prison-released wrestler? We had that. We had Nails. Loved him. Nails used to be a prisoner, and he was that was one of my first matches I ever saw, was a police officer versus a prisoner, and I was a kid and I believed it was true. I was like, I couldn't get my head around it. I was like, and this is allowed. Like, the prisoner who was still wearing his prison overalls, Nails against the big boss man, and that was one of the things that, grabs you. Like, I think part of that mystery of, like, they're allowing this. They're allowing this. Like, you couldn't get my head around it. But I was super intrigued by it all. So, yeah, love nails. Vince doesn't. Scout said, I'm just kidding. I'll leave you alone now. No, it's interesting conversation. What if an alien said to you that you needed to be probed in order to save humanity? I'd be like, nah. Forget humanity. It's overrated. It's overrated. I've got some unfortunate news. That wasn't a real prisoner. Heartbroken. I know. I did find out. I have found out. Right, we've got just over half an hour to go. Half an hour to go. They changed Austin Theory to just Theory. Yep. What if it turns into a triple threat between Bianca, Sonya, and Naomi gets added and joins the Reigns faction? Don't see it happening. German suplex by Gable. Big splash by Otis. 1, 2. Shoulder up. No sign of the Usos yet. Remember when Bobby Heenan was mocking the boss man's mother? He had some really good storylines when he was the police officer. When he came back and did the SWAT stuff, I wasn't into that. You know, that is always an example I give about, like, when people are like, oh, you don't like the Attitude Era. I'm like, well, the Attitude Era had its moments, but for me, I enjoyed late 80s, early 90s more. And a good example is, look at how the Boss Man was used as, when he was in his blue and, shirt and everything. He was really cool. And he was a face. Well, it was a heel at first and then turned into a face. And then compare it to when he came back in the Attitude Era. I thought he sucked when he was in the SWAT gear. Here's Orton going to that dark place looking for the draping DDT. Bang. Gets it, hits it. They will be out soon. Kung Fu midgets might go over well. Maybe. Right, we've got Randy down. Backslide by Chad Gable. RKO. RKO by Randy Orton. 1, 2, 3. And there we go. That's it. Done. Match over. Thanks for coming. RK-Bro. Most people love Attitude Era because they were 16 or 17. I've got fond memories of watching at that time. I mean, it was edgier. Do you know what I mean? I mean, the one thing I'll say for the Attitude Era is you never knew what you was going to get each week, and it always felt like destination television. It was very good for that. And that's something that the 80s and the 90s wasn't. I mean, like, if you go back and watch those early Raws, like, they didn't feel, like, unmissable. Whereas, like, definitely at the Attitude Era, like, you had to tune in. You never knew what was going to happen. Anything could happen. There's a car that's arrived and the Usos have stepped out. Here are the Usos. Usos are here on Monday Night Raw. Bloodline in the building. Okay, so the Usos are here. I think Ruthless Aggression Era was better than the Attitude Era. I'd agree with that. I mean, I'm not an Attitude Era hater. It's just not my favourite era at all. Not even close. But its importance to the history of WWE is undeniable. Bloodline is the best thing in WWE right now. Sonny said, I want to get funky with an extraterrestrial. Fair play. I respect that. I have genuinely enjoyed being on this stream. It's a good vibe watching Raw, said Jack. Jack, shout out to you. Yeah, I mean, look, we just chat away whilst the show's on, talk about the stuff we like, talk about the stuff that we're not sure on, talk about where we think things are going, talk about aliens, shoosh a few people. It's just lols. Can Chelsea come back tomorrow? Is it Chelsea tomorrow, is it? I mean, they can. I mean, they've only got to get a couple of goals, but I mean, they're looking in good form at the moment. But I don't know. I don't know that they will. It's you've got to think that Real have got more goals in them. Just got to go for it. Yeah, you got to go for it. I mean, they know what they need to do. It's gonna have to be attack, attack, attack. What's the main event? No one knows. No one knows. Raw has just picked up on another level with the Usos' arrival. Y'all want to go big? Are we going to have a second match tonight? There's still 35 minutes left. NXT is tomorrow, said Dizzle Dog. Did you hear the rumor that WrestleMania 50 will be on Mars? Lol. Channel Name said to me, the Attitude Era was divided into two factions, the Austin faction and the Rock faction. What games are you streaming? Well, we're doing both of the Champions League ones. I don't know, actually. I don't know which ones we're doing. I think it's Chelsea and Man City games. Because I think the Man City game and the Liverpool game are on the same time. But I'd feel quite confident that Liverpool are going through. Usos RK-Bro main event, said Top Tier. Madrid versus Chelsea, Bayern Munich, Veer Real is later tonight. Right, we are still at commercial break. Nando said, I just got out of work. What did I miss? Not much, to be honest, mate. You missed... Sonya is going to be Bianca's next challenger. And Cody is going to be facing Seth again. He faced The Miz and beat The Miz in a decent little match. I don't think you've missed much, honestly. This has definitely felt like a non-WrestleMania season Raw. Here we go. We're going back anyway. We've only got half an hour to go. And the Usos have just arrived. So, RK-Bro are still in the ring. This would be cool if we did get this match now and then Usos win the titles and maybe RK-Bro turn on each other. Day one-ish. Down since day one-ish. Right, Usos making their way out. The SmackDown Tag Team Champs. Are you showing the champions? No, can't show it because of copyright reasons. But we'll do the watch-along for it like we're doing for Raw tonight. Usos against RK-Bro for next week. The RK-Bro need a rest now. Okay, Usos getting into the ring. Veer is here, sign. Let's see what the Usos have got to say. I wondered if you guys were ever going to show up, says Randy. The big dog let his B word off the leash. You know why we're here. To issue a challenge. We're the longest reigning SmackDown Tag Team Champs in history. Check this out. We're here to challenge you. Championship unification match. So, they want those... It says unification like the Avengers. You're going to come to our show. Street Profits coming down. No. No one wanted to see them come out. Street Profits making their way out. What's this? Street Profits against Usos, maybe? Riddle is such a goofball. What a goofball. God. We're the ones that are next in line. Profits need to turn heel. They've ruined this segment. Yeah, I just didn't need it. There's only one line, and it's the bloodline. So, Street Profits said they'll be happy to face the Usos after they take the Raw Tag Team titles. We want the smoke. Okay, so there's a lot of bickering, a lot of arguing. Yeah, shut up. Sheesh! He should have shooshed them. Sheesh! Usos, Street Profits. Okay, Usos get Street Profits. That's what we're getting. That's coming up next. Randy's taking it to all of these clowns. Oh my God, this dog has been whimpering away for about an hour. Let me just deal with it. been at the top of the stairs for a past hour, just whimpering away. And I thought, am I going? She's managed to open the door. And then she's just like... It's like, God. So, had to deal with her. Even Daisy's dog thinks this show sucks. Is she okay? I think she's all right, yeah. She shot outside, so I don't know if she needed the toilet, actually. She shouldn't, because she went just before... We always let her go to the toilet before we lock her in. She's always asleep now. Normally that door's closed and she's just fast asleep, so... Don't know. Just gave her a little biscuit bone thing, so she's outside. She's happy now. Kia was hungry. What if your dog is an alien? Can't rule it out. SmackDown is always better. The show took a detour. It started off good. It was going for about 7, and now it's starting to suck. Yeah, well, I must admit, I wasn't expecting RK-Bro against Usos tonight. But now, like, it's looking like we're getting Usos against Street Profits. Street Profits. I do think this will be a show that's very quickly forgotten. Street Profits come out, have upset the dog. James said, hopefully the Creed brothers become hopefully the Creed brothers become tag champs on NXT. Dizzledog said, I thought it was getting good. We want a refund, says Yo. That dog needs to shoosh. She does. I should have done that. Rather than let her out, I should have just looked up the stairs and gone, shoosh. In the background, you would have just heard me. Shoosh. Shooshing away. For the first time ever, Panini presents the excitement. The action. The drama of WWE 2022 Prism cards available now. Here we go. In the Motor City, we're in Detroit. Raw is for the dogs. So we're just seeing Veer from earlier tonight. We've only got 20 minutes left of the show. 20 minutes left, and Street Profits against Usos, probably our main event. Probs our main event. Days, is it me, or does the NXT Tag Team Championship look better than the Raw and SmackDown Tag Team Championships? Yes. It's been that way for a long time. Tonight's Raw is like cat poop to a dog. Austin, hello. I hope you are well. I think the general consensus is you're probably joining at the right time for this week's Raw, judging by where the chat are. Although saying that, we'll still do the poll, and I'm pretty sure 8 to 10 will win. Seeing what happened earlier with Veer destroying Dominic Mysterio. Dominic Mysterio, that was the highlight of the show for me, actually, thinking about it. There's Dominic being loaded into an ambulance. Nah, 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 nah. You deserve it. You deserve it. Nah, 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 nah. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye. Yeah, how can you say this Raw has sucked? Do you not remember that moment? Let's talk about next week. Finn Balor taking on Theory. Finn Balor versus Theory. I love Daisy's hate for Dominic. Dominic lost again. Dominic is off to the gym to learn how to lift weights. Next week, guys, is the Women's Tag Team Championship. Until we actually get there, and then they'll change it. Must have been something wrong with Rhea Ripley. Raw has been great. Good opening segment. AJ, blah, blah, blah. Scout said, Austin in the chat, has anyone else been worried sick? I was. You know me, I was beside myself. Dominic doesn't deserve this, says Nelson. What's the theory on why he lost Austin? They just love taking first names away. I'm surprised it lasted as long as it did. What would have been better was if Veer would have attacked Dominic in the ambulance. Yeah, that would have been better. That would have been better. And then if we just kept going back and he did him in the hospital as well. That would be good. Usos for the win. Against the ropes goes the Usos. Splashdown. 1. Just a 1 count. Rhea got sick of Liv like everyone else. Rhea Ripley is in protocol, they stated. What's that mean? Is that COVID thing? Days just watches, see if Dominic gets beat up. Yeah. Splash in the corner by Dawkins. Veer should attack Hook and Jungle Boy. Roman Reigns will be Reigns alone and Drew McIntyre will be McIntyre alone. I know Vince doesn't like stars with the same name, but Stone Cold is retired. Could Reigns turn up? I don't think so. Not expecting Roman. Look at the legs. What if Veer debuted as a face, destroyed Miz, then turned on the Mysterios at a pay-per-view? Against ropes goes Dawkins. Usos planting him down. Reigns from the crowd, Shield type entrance. Imagine that. When will Raw start, says Susie. It began nearly 3 hours ago. Knee in the back of the head being choked out on that bottom rope. Okay, so Usos against Street Profits. Both of these teams want to get their hands on RK-Bro. I've got to think that the Usos are going to be winning this. I can't imagine, imagine if they go back to SmackDown having to tell Roman that they've already failed. Be pretty wild, wouldn't it? If Finn loses next week, would he have defended successfully even once? I feel like he might have defended it against Damien Priest after he won it, but I'd have to double check that. I think we could definitely agree if he loses next week, it was an underwhelming title reign. I think we could definitely agree with that. Harley said the only things that have been really bad was the ending to Priest and AJ and Zelina versus Bianca. I would say the 24/7 stuff was not that great as well. I also must admit, don't care for this as a main event. I think as a main event we could have had something a bit tastier. But it's been a mixed bag tonight. I think there's been a few good things, but not much. I think there's been a few bad things, but it's not been like a constant show of just rubbish. I think there's just been a lot of just things that have happened. One, two. Is this the main event? It was only 13 minutes after this. I've got to think it is. I forgot about that priest ending. What happened there? I'm so confused. Yeah, it wasn't brilliant. I feel like the main event should have packed more of a punch. Thoughts on Randy versus Roman? I'd be really into it. Yeah, I'd be really into it. Is it the main event? I've got 13 minutes to go. I mean, I can't see. I mean, we will go to a commercial break in a second. When we go back, there'll only be 10 minutes left. So yeah. Strike coming in by Dawkins. Another forearm strike. Watch Chad Gable will only be called Chad because of Gable Steveson. Gets thrown into RK-Bro. Dawkins. You got the Usos face-to-face with RK-Bro. Montez Ford comes crashing down. Drip Doge said, tried the Superman punch and broke the bed. R.I.P. Did you really? You launched a Superman... What, did you Superman punch the bed and broke it that way? Because if so, that's cool. But I'm thinking it's probably more you launched yourself off your bed. Did that and then broke the beds. I mean, that's cool as well. I bet you wish Gunther got his hands on Dominic. I wish we'd been in the ambulance with one of the medics saying you're going to be all right, and then the ambulance pulls over, and then like Gunther turns around. That would have been good. Beats up Dominic. We get to the hospital. Veer's there waiting. He beats him up again. Just watching Dominic get beat up is honestly, I think, what I enjoy the most from wrestling. Montez has got the best frog splash, followed by RVD. Rob Van Dam. No Roman. 10 minutes left. That's how long it takes for him to make his way out. That was a great jump. It's a great jump. I tried a Superman punch and I broke my high school girlfriend's lady parts. Oh, damn it. Guys, please don't go Superman punching lady gardens. It's not cool. It's not big, it's not clever, and it's not cool. Don't forget the Fire MVP promo, and Bobby actually looking passionate tonight. Love to see Lashley like that. I wonder if we'll get another MVP match in the future. I don't know how much he needs that cane, to be honest. I mean, Bobby said that he would be going for him afterwards. I mean, I would say MVP did a good job. Lashley, I just don't think's a great talker. But I think MVP's a very good talker. Dominic getting beat up. Is there a bigger pleasure in life? Days, you're so cringe, says Brandon. Fair play. Until Dominic becomes the new Lana and gets put through a table, we should not acknowledge him. Right, we are still at commercial break. When we go back, we're going to have 9 minutes or so to go. I have a draft with my mates, and my team is Roman, Amos, Bianca, Ronda, and Priest. Do I swap anyone for Ciampa, and if so, who? I have no idea what that means. And, like, no would be my answer. Unless, I don't know what that means. I mean, do you get points for, like, how many matches they win or something? Because saying that, like, I would imagine Amos will probably be kept quite strong. I don't know how many matches Roman will have on SmackDown. Bianca will be kept strong. Ronda will be kept strong. They should put Booker T as manager for Lashley. I once did a DDT to myself on my bed and I almost broke my neck. God, you got to be careful. Right. Do you think Hurt Business get back together? I'm not crazy about it, just because the way they've been booked before has been pretty rubbish. Elbow to the midsection by Dawkins. In your opinion, if it's called WrestleMania Backlash, shouldn't it still be WrestleMania season? Nah. You can make an argument for that, but I mean, it only got called WrestleMania Backlash, I think, for the first time last year. Before that, it was always... Wasn't it Extreme Rules straight after? I'm sure it used to be Extreme Rules straight after WrestleMania. So, they're calling it WrestleMania Backlash. But what are we getting a backlash of? I mean, Bianca's going to have a new opponent. I suppose we are going to get... looks like we're going to get Usos and RK-Bro. There's no WrestleMania Backlash there. It's Backlash with WrestleMania in the name, innit? I mean, if you want to keep it WrestleMania season, then you need a better Raw than this. Blockbuster. 1, 2. Shoulder up. I think they should get rid of the childish PG. Go back to TV-14. It should be more for adults, says On. Raw is making you sleepy, said Scam Lightly. Do you think Moxley will return? One day to go in the Hall of Fame. But I don't expect that to be for a long, long, long time. Scout said, check out my interview with Days. Top bloke. It's really good, man. Really, really good. Netbreaker. Uso's in control. We got 6 minutes to go. Virtual Fat Ass said, I really want the Profits to win, but that ain't gonna happen. Right now, we've got Big Strike coming in. 1, 2. Kick out. Splash in the corner. In comes Dawkins. Street Profits working together. Bad situation here. Big blockbuster. Dawkins going for the pin. 1, 2. Oh, kick out. Riddle can't believe it. Riddle can't believe it. Frustration for Dawkins there. Big finisher. Crowd's loving that. They're giving these teams, 2 teams time, aren't they? Here we go. Dawkins going against the ropes. Big strike. Super kick. That was nice. Tag. Here's Jay. Big splash. Knees up by Dawkins. Now Montez is going to go for his frog splash. Oh, my God. 1, 2. And doesn't get it. Riddle down on his knees. Some lovely sequences at the end of this match. Montez Ford getting incredible height, as he always does. His frog splash is very good. I just always find it so annoying how much it hurts him. This is awesome. I think that's the first time we've had that chant tonight. First time we've had a "This is awesome" chant. Usos hurling Dawkins over into the corner. Dawkins goes down. Montez trying to clean house. Thinks that Jimmy. Tag. Oh, good double teamwork. 1, 2, 3, and there we go. Jimmy with the pin, and the Usos get the win. So it is the Usos that get the job done. There we go, big result. Scam Lightly said, "This is awful." Yeah, very good. So, good match. We've got Usos in there with RK-Bro face to face. And there we go. Usos backing away. Usos backing away. So, they haven't said, I mean, I'm guessing it's WrestleMania Backlash. Dawkins out of nowhere. Dawkins trying to attack Riddle. Randy's in there with Montez. Randy with a RKO. Usos are in. Double super kick, and Randy goes down. And there we go. The Usos have got both sets of belts. And there's the Usos with both sets of belts. After Randy delivered an RKO on Montez. Usos super kick Randy Orton. Randy Orton goes down. And there we go. Right, let's get the poll up and running as we've got the little thing in the corner, which means that we are done. Ezekiel, Amos MVP, and Sonya Deville, they're all going to be on Raw Talk. What do you score WWE Raw? 8 to 10. 7 to 7, 5. 6 to 6. 7, 5. 5, 7, 5, or below. Oh, no. No. Why did that? Must have accidentally hit the wrong button. No. Let's go again. What do you score WWE Raw? Add option. Right. 5, 7, 5, or below. 6, 2, 6, 7, 5. 7, 2, 7, 7, 5. 8, 2, 10. There we go. Boom. Right. I already know where I am on this. I think there was some good. I think there was some bad. But for me, it's about a 6. I don't know that it was like bad enough to go down to 5.75, because I thought the main event didn't feel like a main event, but the end of it was nice. And MVP's little promo was decent. I like the Sonya thing where she is going to be taking on Bianca. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed Cody. So, I mean, there's definitely some stuff on this show, but I don't know that there's much of significance. As much good stuff, I would say there was bad as well. And it was just really, I don't know, it felt a bit flat. A bit average. Not very exciting. Every time you got a good thing, there was a bad thing that came straight after. Yeah. I wouldn't go lower than that. I think this was, fine. How was Raw? It's fine. That's what I would say. I think last week we had quite a bit more, what with Ezekiel arriving, Veer arriving, MVP turning on Bobby, NXT title change, great Cody segment. I felt like last week we got a lot more. I gave that 7.5. So, yeah. -5. It was a terrible show. Not the worst. Not the best. Scout said, I'm going to give it a 6. 10 out of 10 for the chat. Missed out on some great banter. Zimatix says 4. Riddle carried me up to a 6. Tahil said it was mid. What was bad? I thought the 24 segments were bad. I thought the ending of the Damien Priest match was really bad, where he was having a match with AJ Styles, and then they just did a weird lights out. He went down onto one knee, and we went to commercial break. When we came back, that was the end of the match. So I thought that really sucked. As I said, I thought 24/7 thing was pretty poor. Queen Zelina against Bianca didn't really do anything. I mean, it was just a short little squash thing. Liv against Naomi. Don't really understand that. I mean, we were meant to get a women's tag match. All right, if someone's ill, can't do anything about it. But it's a bit disappointing that we didn't get what was advertised. And it's been moved to next week. But why have Liv lose? Like, I don't understand. She won on Friday. And then here she loses to Naomi. Like, if you're building towards her having a shot at the titles, doesn't it make more sense that she's a credible opponent? And I just thought that was a bit weird. So, Liv against Naomi, the match itself just wasn't even that great either. So, yeah. But I'd say the biggest offender was probably the end of that Damien Priest match. I think the match stopped because AJ started bleeding. It was okay. Some stuff I just don't understand. Cody match was good, and I enjoyed the tag match. LB said it wasn't total rubbish tonight. Queen Zelina is a jobber now. It was some okay stuff. Yeah. Honestly, a real mixed bag. That's as I said, some bad stuff, some good stuff, some stuff in the middle. Fine show. Fine. Fairly average. I always like 6 to 6.5 is just like an average thing. If you're in the 7s, then it's good. If you're in the higher 7s, like 7.5, 7.75, I would say you're bordering on to great. And if you're in an 8, if we ever get to 8s, then that's a score we just don't really ever get to that often. NXT. Veer didn't arrive, he came. Why is Bianca fighting a GM? Sonya wants it. I haven't got a problem with that. Cody wants to be a babyface so bad, but I think it's going to backfire on him, said to heel. Let's Well, as soon as you get to 250, there we go. We'll end our poll. See where people are. 6 is very generous. Well, that's interesting, actually. For 8 to 10 didn't win. 775 actually won. 8 to 10 was joint second with 6 to 675. So, yeah, I would agree with that, actually. I think that 575 or below, 14%. 8 to 10 and 6 to 675, both getting 26%. 7 to 75, 32%. So, yeah, it was really split between those three. And, yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm in the 6 to 675 bracket, personally. Right. Boom. Done. Another show in the bag. Big shout out to everyone that's joined us. I hope you had fun. I hope you got out the show whatever you could. And as we said, certainly not a disaster. And there's a few interesting things that have been set up for next week. That women's tag title match in particular, I think, is really interesting. Finn Balor is on the show next week defending against Theory. We've also got the weddings. We've got the lie detector thing next week, which could be fun with Kevin Owens and Ezekiel. So we've got that to look forward to. So I do like the fact, credit to them for setting things up for next week. Give them props for that. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Right. Awesome. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support. And hopefully see you again next time. Bye for now.